Lori, we.
We good? Yep. All right, good morning. I'd like to call this meeting to order, the NIAA Winter Border Control Meeting to January 17, 18, 2024, here at the Grand Sierra Resort in Reno, Nevada. All right, at this time, would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, at this time, Tia, would you please take roll call? Yes.
Okay. Pamela Sloan. Here. Roland Stalwart.
Here.
Linda Cavazos. Here. Ron Gerza.
He will
Matt
be
Hyde.
traveling.
Okay. Tony Marini. Colin McNaught. Kevin McFarland.
Present.
Wade Colson. Deanna Riddle.
Present.
Rand Sorensen. Here. Alex Woodley.
Here.
Russell Fett.
Here.
David Vick.
Here.
Sean Fitzsimons.
Here.
Jason Odegaard.
Here.
Tammy Haybank. Here. Bob Levitt.
Here.
Domingo Rivera.
Here.
Dave Henneman.
Here.
Alan Townsend. Here. Xavier Anthea.
Here.
Sandra Paredes. Here. Haley Hirsch. Tara Carter. Here. Donnie Nelson.
Here.
Paul Anderson.
Here.
Jay Biesmeyer.
Here.
Art Davis.
Here.
Lori Lotz. Here. And myself, Tia Wonder.
All right, if you could please now go to page number 5, announcements. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Nelson.
Yes, thank you, President Sloan. Good morning, everybody. It's always nice to start off a board meeting with something incredibly positive. And of course, we got an agenda today we'll be very productive on. So this is a wonderful thing. It's not too often that the NIAA has the opportunity to generate some auxiliary revenue outside of our normal streams that help cover some very fun things. There's a group called the Northern Sierra Endurance Training Team. It was a group which, just as a citizen that I was a part of for a number of years. And for many years, this group helped organize a special festival, wine and cheese tasting festival as a donation. And monies used from that was actually given to the NIAA to help fund our cross-country championships at different parks. Mainly Rancho Sandoval Park and Reed High School. It's a northern-based group. And that group also supplied to us usually in the range of 20 to 30 volunteers to go out on the cross-country course during region and state meets to serve as beat officials. Wonderful partnership, a lot of personal friends. That group, transitioned over time. And when we got into the pandemic, obviously not being able to meet and have the festival, not generate those revenues, it went a little bit by the wayside. It tried to kind of resurrect itself recently, but with the advent of some local running stores that became involved with high school sports and some of the local other groups that became evolved from those running stores and their opening, there wasn't quite the need that we used to have from this particular running group. So with that, NSET has in essence closed its doors, which is it's personal to a lot of us. Again, a lot of great memories. And with that, the balance is left over from a lot of different groups and festivals and things. NSET has decided to make a donation to our association to again help cover the costs of region and state cross-country meets, which we just had at Rancho Sandoval. So Northern Sierra Endurance Training Team, Jen Raines, one of the longtime board members. Jen, please come on up. This is a significant donation. I'll let her tell us what the amount is. Jen has had family members go through high school sports and run, but Jen, the cost of anything business these days with regards to cross-country well, in their sports, reserving park and restrooms. It's expensive. Nothing's like it used to be. So with that, Jen, you're here to present a check to the NIAA and bless your heart. I'll let you say what the amount is and then tell us a little bit about your relation with your family and to the NIAA. Jen Raines.
Thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure to get to be here and an honor to present a check in the amount of $8,308.67. To have a large check, the fake check that we would present it, but somewhere in my garage reorganization, the check is no longer, so I just have the real check, which is of course what you want anyway. As Donnie said, the NSET group has been near and dear to so many of us. I joined at the founding in 2007. At that time, my children were young, and we would volunteer among the events that we would participate in were the regional and state cross-country events. Quite honestly, their favorite part was the sandwiches and the golf cart. But as they, over the years, we would go year after year volunteering. Some of those years were wet, muddy, slippery, but nonetheless, we would show up. And then when they reached high school, my daughter ran for Reed High School all 4 years, competed in the state meet for Reed High School. My son competed for a couple of the years. He is a lacrosse player, so cross country was on the side. But the sport just means a lot to my family, seeing what it did for my children and for children throughout the community. There's just a special place for long distance runners who will, do cross country, and being out there on the sidelines, watching those kids, the one kid from, Oahe or, it's just remarkable. So it's near and dear to my heart. And as a parent, as a community member, very amateur runner myself, and board member, it's my pleasure to present this check.
For Eric Bai's not here this day, Steve Pizarski, just to recognize those two by name,
Yes.
again, the head of the board, and through all these years from 2007 too. Besides supplying all the workers, there were checks, basically from $2,500 to $5,000 on an annual basis.
Yes.
So this is a long-term partnership. We're all very sad to see it close itself out, but it's wonderful to recognize that said, and it'll be near and dear to our hearts and the people that have been part of it. So thank you. Then Jay, I'm gonna give this to you for the finance guy, so.
Good job, we'll let me lose that.
Thank you. All right, I'm not, go ahead, Rollins, yeah, I'm not done yet with
I
announcements.
would like to add on that Pam and I were at this year's state championship at Rancho San Rafael. And my son was a track athlete who ran middle distance and would have been probably a phenomenal cross country if he wasn't a football player.
Well, I should have.
Probably should have for injury's sake. But the reality is that as far as the NIAA is concerned and our involvement with that, the state championship's not a moneymaker, but it's one of those programs that deals with a huge number of kids. And being at Rancho San Rafael and seeing the parents and all the people that were there, and it's not a revenue making event because we don't charge, there's no ticket admission and whatever, so. We got 1,000 people out there that are coming to watch their kids participate, and there's just no way that we can generate a setup where we can actually charge to get in and make it a break even sport. So a donation like this specifically for that is huge for our association and is huge for our kids. And I'm really grateful to be a part of this in this type of a setting, because sports like that are really deal with a lot of our great kids that are never on the front pages of the newspapers. They're on the back pages if they ever even get on. So it's really great to see them recognized in this matter, and that we do have some funds to support them in the future as we move forward. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Vice President Stallworth. And along those lines, I mentioned the Reno Running Company If you remember at our state meet, they made a donation of nearly $6,000. Also, so that's kind of the NSET transition. And then, come on. And then the Red Rock Running Company, I know, is also getting into methods now of how to help us in the southern half of the state. So great things with the sport and cross country must be generated. All right, a few other things on announcements that are a little bit different than how we normally do announcements in the meeting. Dale Norton's letter on page 6. Dale has served, former superintendent in Nye County, served as the chair of our sportsmanship committee for a number of years now. You can see he is stepping away from the sportsmanship committee. We do need, if anybody knows of someone who'd be interested in sharing our sportsmanship committee, we're in need of that. We do want to meet again in March, either in Zoom, via Zoom, or possibly in person, depending on the board meeting, the setup for that schedule. And that'll be in spring in the Powell Station. So Dale Norton, thank you very much. We'll get to see him in the March board meeting. Rules, Regulations, and Policies Committee. So much interest in that, and personal emails to me of Donnie, what's here, what's that group going to talk about, what's on the agenda. Again, a little outside the auspice of announcements for a board meeting, but I really wanted to make this public. The Rules, Regulations, Policies Committee is going to meet virtually on Thursday, January 25th from 2 to 4 o'clock. We'll have an agenda, all the Zoom code available, you can watch. The NIAA office will be the host site for that. The agenda items, not all of them, just to include a first entry open enrollment rule. In addition to that, a one-time transfer rule. We'll talk about co-op teams. As you know, we're taking that off this agenda. Possibly a number of individuals to define a team and what a full team is for realignment purposes. Talk about post-game bench clearing modifications for things that happen after a final score has been done. Talk about I-20 students. So those are the things I know people have been asking, Donnie, when's that group going to go? That's what's on the agenda. Thursday the 25th, we're going to start. It'll be a 2-hour time frame, but at least get us going with that group.
What time is that?
2 to 4 o'clock on Thursday, January 25th. Our office will be at the host site, but it'll be virtual.
Okay, will we all get the email?
Absolutely. Yes. Yeah, we'll set that agenda here coming up very soon. So get it out and post it. Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging Committee. We need to reconvene that. Shanoa Davis is our chair of that committee. She is going to do a wonderful presentation during our Nevada Athletic Directors Association conference. That's coming up at the end of February and tied in the state basketball championship. So we'll give you an update on the DEIB committee after that presentation that Shanoa is going to do. And we'll see if that committee then needs to reconvene right after state basketball time. Last thing is the reformation of a membership committee, right? That's of interest. We have schools still coming on board, once part of the association. We're a little bit, my personal commentary, probably a little bit laxed in allowing schools to apply and join our association. We really want to make sure that a school that's applying for membership is truly ready to go and can fulfill schedules, not just on a minimum basis, but that they're going to be a true contributor to the league in which, or the classification in which they're going to join, not just in terms of the number of teams that they're going to offer to fill schedules and home and away and the team bracket sports, not just only in individual sports to meet the minimum requirements, but also with regards to facilities. And we'll talk about one new membership later today, but we really need to get the membership committee together. If anybody's interested in serving on that committee, because we need to regenerate it again, please let me know. With that said, President Sloan, I think that takes care of announcements. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll go to public comment number 5 on page 7. This time provides an opportunity for citizens to address the board about any matter not on the agenda. Items raised during the portion of the agenda cannot be deliberated or acted upon until notice procedure of the opening meeting law has been complied with. Should a member of the public wish to speak on a matter not listed on the agenda, it is asked that the person please complete a yellow public comment card and submit it to the president prior to the opening of this item. A limit of 3 minutes per person or 5 minutes for the spokesperson of a particular group may be imposed. It is requested that comments be directed to the board as a whole. Comments that are determined to be irrelevant, repetitious, offensive, inflammatory, and willfully disruptive, or deemed to be personal attacks will not be permitted. I'm going to turn this back to Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, thank you, President. So I just want to give a little bit of a lay of the land with our public comment. For those of you on our board that are involved at the district level, this is probably going to seem more like a public comment period with a trustees meeting, more so than an NIAA board meeting, which you've never seen before, the number of public comments. So I want to make sure you understand what's in the packet, what we have as handouts, to make sure that you really pay due attention to all the things that I want to direct your attention to listen to our speakers, to read what's in here. So a lot of public comment in here. Pages 8 through 13 in your packet. The actual number of pages 8 through 13. That's a cluster of public comment letters together, and it's regarding generally a hardship in appeals or transfers. And we have a speaker who's gonna address what those are really all about and some of the ideas moving forward with regards to a new proposed definition of hardship. Again, that doesn't come through here, right? This is another group that's gonna handle it, but you understand what the commentary is about. So pages 8 through 13, please pay your attention to that. Pages 14 through 30 are basically linked together as well. And this is with regards to football officials' game fees. We have some speakers here today talking about the sport of football, game fees, and how football may or may not be different than other sports, and how we look at what those fees are compared to other sports under our general constitution. Well, constitution is a little bit of a side, but how our districts enter agreements and paying game fees, which right now are all one and the same. I'll leave that to those individuals. Dr. Stominger will speak on behalf of pages 8 through 13. We'll address him in a second here. Mark Jacoby and a few others possibly speak on behalf of the second set we're going to talk about with official game fees. We'll introduce them in here in a few minutes. There's also a series of handouts then that you have. One of the additional handouts is from Travis Wilmuth. This does not make it into the board packet. He's the athletic administrator at North Dallas High School. This is in regards to a realignment item. This is obviously down the road with regards to 3A and 2A Northern soccer and how we combine the 2A into the 3A and some challenges that are there. I'm gonna yield a little bit to our administrative assistant here, Tia. We also have additional handouts that have come out from Dr. Strominger, from his wife. So we got North Valleys, and I think those are the three main ones that are in addition that are on the table, Tia, is that correct?
Yes, and then we did have your what is
At the back of them. Okay, thank you. Okay, with that said, then, President Sloan, I'm gonna turn these over to you. And remember again, speakers, 3 minutes, all right, I'm gonna run a stopwatch. Please don't be offended if we say time's up and you need to leave. That's just part of the regulation. So, President Sloan, we'll go one at a time. And again, board members, you have a lot of handouts, all right, a lot of submitted materials between pages 8 through 30 total in your packets.
All
President
right. Mitchell Strong, eager? Thank you. Mr. Gerzon is with us. Okay.
And please, for the record, introduce yourself and.
Thank you. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. My name is Mitchell Strominger. I'm a professor of surgery at UNR Med, renowned, and the president of the Nevada chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. I'm also the father of a sophomore at Sierra Lutheran High School in Carson, and I stand before you to ask for compassion towards my son Warren and others that find themselves in similar situations. Last year, as a freshman at Sage Ridge School, Warren developed anxiety, depression, and thoughts of hurting himself that were precipitated by events at the school. These unusual events included the head of school and head of academics suddenly being fired, his math teacher and the athletic director suddenly quitting, many friends not returning after the Christmas break, and other students and favorite teachers announcing that they would not return next year. Sage Ridge is a small school, and as the year progressed, his anxiety worsened each time he entered the building. He was then allowed to finish the school remotely. With the recommendation of his therapist and the support of the new head of Sage Ridge School, Dr. Ginger Hovanak, Warner transferred to Sierra Lutheran High School in Carson for his sophomore year, and he's doing great. Unfortunately, because as a freshman, Warren played on the varsity basketball team at Sage Ridge. You denied him the ability to play varsity basketball at Sierra Lutheran. The ruling was that although transferring schools might be in the best interest of the student, staff changes are not unusual and thus not considered a hardship. This was brought before your hearing officer, but despite the written and verbal testimony of Dr. Hovanek, stating that the events at Sage Ridge were in actuality quite unusual, and the written and verbal testimony by his therapist that this precipitated his emotional disturbance and need to change schools, Warren's hardship exemption was denied. Many of you have expressed after reading the ruling that if Warren's circumstances were not unusual and a hardship, then what is? Warren was told he could not play varsity basketball for a year, but exemptions are being made. One of his older teammates who transferred to Reed and had his hearing the same day as Warren's is now allowed to play varsity basketball. The transcript of that hearing is not publicly available with the other 2023 transcripts. After Warren emailed Mr. Nelson, he was told that each case is considered individually, but the standard boilerplate ruling by the hearing officer and the disregard for expert witness testimony suggests otherwise. I'm thus asking that you show compassion to Warren and allow him to now play varsity basketball. He has been punished enough. The coach at Sierra Lutheran would welcome him on the team, and because the school is small, he would not be taking someone else's spot. To help others in a similar situation, I ask you to define under NAC 385.0.24 circumstances that are considered a hardship. I propose adding the following. An unusual circumstance that satisfies the definition of hardship may include any circumstance that leads to emotional distress, is determined by a physician or mental health care professional licensed within the state of Nevada, has the impetus for the student to change schools, and is documented as such by written testimony of that professional. Perhaps help Warren, please pass expediently and make retroactive to this academic year. I have distributed a copy of the full proposal which you will read, as well as a letter from Warren addressed to the board. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
President Sloan, if we would, at this point, I'd like to have Tia, Ms. Wonder, please read an additional public comment. Okay, and then I will also, again, highlight for the board the pages that are in here for public comment in the packet that identify to what our speaker just went to. So,
Correct.
Okay.
So if you guys want to follow along, I'm going to read from his son Warren, that's on page 9, and then I'm going to go to page 8, which is from Jacqueline Strumminger. Okay.
I got you. Yep.
Dear NIAA Board, I am a sophomore at Sierra Lutheran High School in Carson City, Nevada, and you are punishing me for changing schools, saying it was not a hardship, even though it was because of circumstances beyond my control. Your ruling is unfairly affecting my life, and I ask that you amend NAC 385.024. Also, please retroactively apply it to this academic year so I can play varsity basketball and golf. It is not too late. Last year, there were a lot of changes at my old school where I've been since 5th grade. The head of school and head of academics were fired suddenly, and my math teacher resigned. Many of my friends did not return after Christmas break. Other friends and teachers said that they would not return next year. I became anxious, depressed, and at one point, my life was not worth living. My parents got me help, and my therapist recommended that I find a new school for this year. Towards the end of the year, every time I stepped inside my old school, I had a panic attack and could not concentrate. The new head of school was nice enough to allow me to finish my freshman year remotely. She also agreed it would be best for my mental health to find a new school. I now go to Sierra Lutheran High School and I am doing fantastic. I have a lot of friends and I love my teachers. Because I changed schools, you say I can't play on the varsity basketball team. I love basketball and work very hard to improve. Over the summer, I attended basketball camp. You say I can practice with the varsity team, but can't play in games and must sit on the bench. It is the same way with varsity golf. I started to play golf with first tee and then junior PGA. You say I can play in tournaments, but my score won't count. My parents met with the NIAA administrator along with the head of my old school, new school, and my therapist. The NIAA administrator and the hearing officer said that my changing schools was not because of hardship. Participating in sports is one way I keep mentally healthy. The team also helps me have friends. I'm afraid that not being able to play varsity sports is affecting me negatively. My dad and I have talked about what I could do next to fight their decision. He's a professor of pediatric surgery at the University of Nevada School of Medicine, renowned medical center, and the president of Nevada chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. He told me that the #1 health issue affecting Nevada kids is anxiety and depression. We don't have enough mental health care providers, and the situation is now at a crisis. Thus, why would you not recognize this is unbelievable, that you are only adding to the problem? We talk about trying to change the law, but that won't happen until the next legislative session. Perhaps we should model after another state where the legal document is signed by the original school stating that the student was not transferring for athletic reasons and the accepting school that it was not recruiting the student. Simple enough. I go to chapel at Sierra Lutheran and wonder why you're punishing me for circumstances beyond my control. I believe in fairness and second chances, and I'm asking for your support by recognizing emotional distress as a hardship, amending the regulation and making it retroactive to this academic year. This way I can have a great year and excel to the best of my ability academically, athletically, and as a new student at the school. Sincerely, Warren Strumminger.
Perfect time. Thank you. Okay. And then we want to, so then this is page 8.
This will be page 8.
Go ahead and let's read that one, and then I'll summarize the other pages that are in your collection.
Okay, and so this is from Jacqueline Strumminger. Proposed regulation addition / provision. NIAA Board of Control. Summary. Revises provision governing the Nevada Interscholastic Activities Association, BDR 35-854, NAC 385.024, definition of hardship. Hardship is defined for the purposes of a transfer eligibility appeal as an unusual circumstance that 1 is beyond the normal control of a pupil or parent or legal guardian of the pupil, And 2 is not related to participation in a sanctioned sport, NAC 385.024. Unfortunately, unusual is not defined by the NIAA and is based on the opinion of the NIAA administrator and/or hearing officer. What might be usual for one people might be quite unusual for another, especially as it relates to emotional distress. Thus, there is an implicit bias in the NIAA staff or hearing officer regarding circumstances that can lead to changes in emotion, thinking, or behavior. The NIAA is not in a position to define what circumstances are unusual for a particular individual that can lead to emotional distress. They also do not review these hardship applications by committee, nor do they have any mental health care professionals on the board. Historically, even if testimony is given by experts in the field as to the reason for the transfer being to improve mental health, this is disregarded in the NIAA's determination of hardship. These circumstances leading to the emotional distress can be precipitated by the school environment and is recognized by the International Classification of Diseases, or ICD, as an add-on code Z55.8. For example, Z55.8 is added to the F43.23 adjustment disorder with mixed anxiety and depression or depressed mood to classify the distress as being related to the academic or education problems related to education and literacy, and it includes inadequate teaching. Another Z code, Z65, can also be added to a specific diagnosis that includes other problems related to psychosocial circumstances that might occur within or outside of the school environment. Both these codes clarify circumstances leading to the emotional distress that are not under the control of the pupil, parent, or guardian and should be considered a hardship. Recommendation: add the following under NAC 385.024. Any unusual circumstance that satisfies the definition of hardship as it relates to NAC 385.024 may include any circumstance that leads to emotional distress is determined by a physician or mental health care professional licensed within the state of Nevada as the impetus for the student to change schools and is documented as such by the written testimony of that physician.
Thank you, Tia. If I may then, President Slum, to direct the board's attention to page 10, letter again that's, as we get into repetition, but to understand what's in here with regards to the same modifications proposed, the Rules and Regulations Policy Committee, NAC 385.024. Page 10, a letter from Ms. Leanne McAllister. See that on page 10. On page 11, same thing again, a recommendation to add under NAC 385.024. Submission letter from Gary Castile. It's on page 11. If you'd note that, please, as well. Page 12, letter from Dr. Stephen Shane, again, referencing 385.024. Again, another letter in support of what language has been, in essence, introduced or read to us today. Page 13, a submission from Ms. Kristen Redford from Sierra Lutheran High School. Same thing again, a recommendation 385.024. And with that, I believe that takes care of that cluster of emails I mentioned, pages 8 through 13. That would satisfy that, President Sloan. So I think that is all I have on that particular area. Okay.
Mr. Nelson, Ellen Townsend, officials liaison. I think page 25 also.
And this one, maybe 25?
They're not in order because, as you can imagine, we kept getting public comments, so we tried to
Oh,
put them
thank
in
you.
there. There are.
Thank you, Ms. Townsend. Page 25, from Dr. Michael Elliott. Again, a recommendation to look at NAC 385.024 as well. Okay, thank you. I think then, thank you, Ms. Townsend, for bringing that up. I think those are the submissions that relate to the item just for public comment. So with that, I think we can move on to the next group of public comment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, Ginger, I apologize if I mispronounced your name. Hovanik? How'd I do? All right, in regards to international students.
Good morning, and we'll, for the record, please introduce yourself and the title. I will put you to the clock. Go for it. Thank you.
Right. My name is Dr. Ginger Hovanik, and I am the head of school at Sage Ridge School, you've heard about today. What I'm here to speak about today is international students, and the regulations that are presently in place for international students is inconclusive and incomplete. And as we all know, that athletics is a very important part of a student's education. Sage Ridge is a very academically oriented school and it's college prep for academics first. And athletics, theater, debate, mock trial, and other types of activities. And part of our recommendations for graduation is athletics as well. So when we have international students come to our school on an I-20, they are not allowed to play. So all we're asking for is a time to have a conversation with the Rules and Regulations Committee to be able to talk about I-20 students and to be able to allow them to play. Many of our students come from different countries, like Vietnam, China, Brazil, different other types of countries, and they're not allowed to play at all. Many of them come and they just want to try out a sport. And just be able to try out a sport, they're not able to play at all. So we're just asking for a time to sit at the table to find a way in which to make a regulation to be able to allow them to play and not to be able to look at that as a recruiting effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more in regards to that?
No, I believe that, as regards the I-20. So then we will move on to the next group of, public comment submissions, right? Pages 14 through 30, minus page 25, with regards to football officials fees. And I believe we have three addressing the podium here today. And with that, again, let me go back into the packet so you can read through these letters. There are quite a few submissions. Again, pages 14 through 30. And we'll go, let's go ahead and go in the order, I think. Yes.
All right, our first speaker is Mark Jacoby.
Please, Mr. Jacoby, for the record, introduce yourself and we'll give you.
Good morning, Board of Control members, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mark Jacoby. I'm the president of the Northern Nevada Football Officials Association. I started officiating 15 years ago in Las Vegas. I was a member of SNOA. 7 years ago, I moved to Reno and I became a member of the Northern Nevada Football Officials Association. I've been there ever since. Back in October, I sent a letter to this board talking and addressing some of the issues we have with football officiating, the pay increase, possibly for game fees. I want to address the aspect that we are looking for a pay increase for both varsity and underclassmen games. Other issues that I addressed in the letter, and I'm not going to go through the letter because everybody received it, was possibly shortening doubleheader games. The first game of a doubleheader. I know down south they do it, but up in Northern Nevada in our area, we play full 12-minute quarters and doubleheaders. Those games turn into, we have a doubleheader turns into a 7.5-hour event. We'd like to change that to where we do 10-minute quarters instead of 12-minute quarters in those first games. And then the last one I'd like to address too is adding a fifth official to single A football. All that's addressed in those letters, but those are the focal points this morning I wanted to talk about. Also last March, to show that we're very transparent about what we're doing, we met with Donnie, Jay, and Ellen, and we talked about football being different than the other sports. I know for years you worked getting everybody on the same pay level. All the officials making the same, and I get it, it's easy, everybody, the way it's calculated. But football's different. And we express that we are different than other sports. The commitment, the startup cost, the length of our contests, the knowledge, knowing that 95% of all our plays either start or end with a collision. And some of those collisions are violent, so safety is first and foremost. We're the only sport that has to be on the field 30 minutes prior to the game to inspect the field, to inspect the equipment, to talk to the coaches. No other sport has to do that. We do. We have these pre-games because our officials have to have different sets of keys. Basketball, it was very physical. I'm not gonna lie to you, I referee basketball too. It's very physical running up and down the court. But football, it's a specialized aspect that we have to watch for the safety at all times. We have a 120-yard field by 50. We have 22 players running around and there's collisions and we're responsible for them. I want to make it real clear that we are not better than other officials. I'm not here to tell you that football officials are better. I'm telling you it's different. And the time spent, the cost startup is just different. And I'm not telling you that you need to make a decision today. All I'm here really to do is to represent the 88 people in my association, which are getting older. Our average age is 54 years old. Last year we recruited 17 rookies. And our age went up because all of our rookies were not rookies, they're seniors, retiring and looking for something to do.
Mr. Jacoby, we're at time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just add this to your agenda in March. Thank you very much for your time.
And ladies and gentlemen, on pages 14 through 16 is that letter that Mr. Jacoby referenced, submission to this board previously. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, Steve Rohr.
Good morning. My name is Steve Brower. I'm also a member of the Northern Association. I've been there 7 years. I did 2 years earlier in California. Just following up on what Mark said. We're already in a crisis in football officiating. In the last two seasons, in 2022 and 2023, our commissioner had to move over 20 games, varsity games, off of the traditional Friday night to Friday nights or Saturday, because we just don't have enough varsity officials to cover the games that we're supposed to cover. We're already in a crisis mode, and as Mark said, we're not getting younger, we're getting older. There's a lot of gray hair on my behind me, and there's nothing wrong with that, but as we age physically, bodies break down. 3 of our guys, our state championship guys, had hip replacements this month. Another guy's having knee surgery. We need more youth. We need younger guys to come in and sustain us, or else we're gonna be gone. And you're not gonna have any officials to cover these games. There's a lot of costs involved for officiating. Mark mentioned the rookies. A typical rookie official gets 12 to 15 game assignments in a season. And with the costs associated with that, they're working over half their season just to make up their equipment costs that they have, because they all work the sub-varsity level, because they don't have the experience. That's something the board needs to consider. We spend a lot of other time training that we're not compensated for. We're not asked to be compensated for that. We have 4 meetings, 2-hour meetings during the season every year. We have a clinic. We're one of the only associations in the West Coast that does this, but we have a day-and-a-half clinic that we're required to go to this out of town. We spend the night and we train. We have NFL level and Division I college officials train us. We spend a lot of time training because we love the sport. We're expected to work a scrimmage in week 0, the week before the regular season starts, for free. And we do that. We're not compensated for that. We probably should be. Nevada is way behind the curve in game fee pay for officials. California, right next door, pays their varsity officials $130 a game. They pay their freshmen and JV officials $105 a game. Washington pays theirs $90 a game. Arizona's over $100. Over half the country paid over $100 per game for varsity football officials. We're behind the curve. The proposal Mark wrote is modest. It's a modest increase. I've already heard scuttlebutt of guys going to California this fall, getting a crew together and working those games. We need to keep Nevada officials in Nevada. But we don't need these guys going out of state to work a game.
Mr. Rohr, that is time. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for serving on our committees previously as well.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shane Moore.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shane Moore. I've been officiating 10 years. I'm a crew chief. We are gonna run out of officials if we don't adjust the pay. There's no other way around it. I taught my younger son officiating for 2 years. He's not doing it anymore because of money. He can't take the time off from work. And that's what we run into, is people will not go out for a 3-hour commitment for $50 on a JV game or freshman game. It's just how it is. I implore you to make this change. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're gonna go to, Mr. Willis' letter here in just a minute. I want to summarize the remaining pages in here. And get further to the, board's attention to summarize the remaining pages that are in this packet for you, so you understand that they're there. Again, they fall in the line of being repetitious, which is why we're not going to read all the way through them, but they're the same thing in support of the comments made by the previous three individuals here. So we go to page 17, on behalf of Mr. Bill Webb from the NIAA, Northeastern side of things. Page 19 from Jeff McDonald. Page 20 from Mason Perez. Page 21 from John Solano. Page 22 from Eric Perez. Page 23 from Tyler McCabe. And again, all these have some, similar trains, obviously in lines of addressing football pay game fees. Page 24 from Dale Loftus. Or Dale, sorry about her name, Dale. Let's see, page 25, we already recognized from Dr. Elliott with the previous batch. Mr. Estrada on page 26 from Junie. Page 27 from Mr. David Gutierrez. Page 28 from Andrea Littner. And page 29 from Doug Sewell. And from page 30, Mr. Chris Johnson. So again, please do, board members, take the time to read through those, understand the interest, particularly from the NNFOA. Obviously, this carries through, as you saw, from the NENOA, and certainly not surprised, there'll be some tie-ins from either the CNSO and or the SNOA as well. Okay, so that takes care of those batch. We still have one additional public comment remaining. And this is regards to a letter submission that I'll turn over to Ms. Wonder, if that's okay, to wrap up a public
You
comment.
want to follow along, it's in the handouts,
It's a
it's the one with the North Valley Cutter in the upper left. Your NIA Board of Control, as discussions begin on the state's next realignment cycle, I find it important to pass along information I received from coaches in the North 2A, 3A soccer all league West meeting this past fall. Coaches brought up concerns about their competitive balance between the traditional 2A and 3A schools in this new combined league. Scores of 9-0 or 10-0 were not uncommon between traditional 2A and 3A opponents. In games like these, nobody wins. The winning school feels bad, gets very little development, and the losing school is emotionally deflated. This contributes to low turnout numbers or not fielding teams at the smaller 2A schools. I understand and support these 2A schools as they try and rebuild and promote soccer on their campus. However, it is my belief that the NIAA Board of Control should do what they can to help these schools develop programs to increase participation and enhance the experience of participants by realigning these leagues in the future to provide a better competitive balance. I'm sure there are many ways you as a board can address these challenges. However, I would ask the board to please explore creating a full and competitive 9-versus-9 soccer division for the smaller and rural schools that have continual difficulty fielding a traditional soccer team. Similar to the way football has been adapted for schools with smaller populations to play 8-man or even 6-man football. 9-versus-9 soccer is used extensively in many youth soccer leagues across the country, and I believe a 9-versus-9 soccer is a potential solid solution to the concerns that many of our coaches have expressed by making it easier to field a team playing with others that are a similar skill level, which ultimately leads to a more positive experience for all involved. I know there are many factors to consider when it comes to realignment. However, my hope is that the realignment discussions continue. You strongly consider separating the 2A and the 3A soccer into leagues and divisions that best suit the schools involved, even if that means considering an outside of the box solution like a 9-versus-9 format. Thank you for your time and consideration from the 2A, 3A West soccer coaches, and thank you for the work that you do for all high school athletics in our great state of Nevada. Travis Wilma.
Thank you, Ms. Wonder. All right, President Sloan, that is, I believe, all of our public comment that started this meeting. That should wrap up item number 5. Thank you to all of our guest speakers. Again, in public comment, just to summarize everybody, there's not the opportunity for board or liaison, voting member or liaison interaction with you. It is that the board understands what the concerns are, for different topics, and then we'll see what the board decides to do with the next agenda, where we go from here with regard to your public comment, okay? Thank you, everybody. We do appreciate your time and your interest. Oh, we are going to get this. Oh, we keep going.
Keep going. All right, at this time, if you would please turn to page 31. The approval of the agenda for the January 17th, 18, 2024 NIAA Winter Board of Control meeting. This is for action. Mr. Nelson.
Yeah, we're just looking for a motion to approve the agenda for the meeting in which you're in.
Okay,
will be so moved.
thank you. Alex, we have a first, we have a second.
Did you make it?
This is the agenda from last meeting. We're not there yet.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, you're absolutely correct. Could you please submit, we're also going to ask for a flexible agenda. I got to reverse, sorry.
I made my motion as such.
Okay, thank you for a flexible agenda. Sorry about that, Paul. Thank you.
Brian,
All right, Brian,
I second a flexible agenda.
Talk about flexible agenda, what that means. That's okay.
Okay,
And we have a second on table. For a flexible agenda, what that means is in particular, setting up item number 14 will be heard this afternoon around the 2 o'clock hour. Item number 14 around 2 o'clock today. Items 17 and 18. Items 17 and 18 tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock. And those are set for 8 o'clock. First items up tomorrow morning, items 17 and 18. Thank you. Now we need to go ahead.
all right, thank you. Any other questions, comments? All right, so we already have a motion, no further questions. All right, so as it stands right now, Alex, gave us a motion with a flexible agenda, Brianne second, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. Hear you out there. Thank you very much. The ayes have it. Thank you so much. All right, let's go to agenda item number 7 on page 38, the approval of minutes for the September 27, 28, 2023 NIAA Board of Control meeting. Mr. Nelson.
Yeah, same thing, President Sloan, looking for a motion to approve our minutes as presented in the packets, and those go extensively from page 39 through 54, fine. Oh, no, not too far. Hold on. Yeah, thank you. 50, yeah, thank you.
Move to approve September 27, 28, 2023 minutes.
Alice will be second.
Okay, we have a first, we have a second. Any further questions, comments? All right, hearing no, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, buddy.
All right, if now you can turn to page 51. This is approval of the minutes for the January 8th NIAA Special Board of Control meeting for possible action. Mr. Nelson, do you want me to just?
Yeah, you can take it, President Sloan, please.
Actually, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Anderson. Item number 8
The approval of the minutes.
for the NIAA Special Board of Control meeting.
Was there a change in the minutes?
No. You just want to make a motion to approve.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I move to approve the
Just for a
special
moment.
meeting
Okay, I thought
of
we did.
January 8th, for the special, meeting for the Board of Control.
I will second that motion,
Okay,
President.
thank you very much. All right, we have a first, we have a second. Any other further questions or comments? Hearing no, all in favor, say aye.
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 Okay. Any opposed? All right, thank you. Motion approved. All right, now if we could go to item number 9 on page 55. This is a change, the NIAA Spring Board of Control meeting dates for possible action. I'm gonna turn this over to Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, President Sloan. Donnie Nelson. We have the spring board meeting currently scheduled for March 20th and 21st. It's a Wednesday, Thursday. We've gotten onto the Wednesday, Thursday kick for a little bit of time now. We have heard some feedback from a few of our board voting members who are not here with us today. And with regards to the challenge, because of district level meetings, you know, about being to possibly move the board meeting forward a day, back to the old days, we used to have them on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. So in this case, this would be March 19th and 20th, one day earlier, still in the Southern Nevada area. That would be at the Powell Station in Las Vegas. Mr. McPartlin or Mr. Gerzon, with either of you, I'll go Mr. McPartlin first, if you'd like to address this item and why the wish to move it a day earlier and how that impacts district level employees and your principals trainings, meetings, et cetera. Mr. McPartlin, you first, and Mr. Gerzon, follow, please.
Very good. Thank you. Kevin McPartlin, Region 4. Yeah, so it just happens to be the way our meetings are falling. They're traditionally falling on the same days of the month that our level meetings are for high school and middle school. These are meetings with all levels of central administration and all site principals at the high school and middle school level. So obviously this is difficult for Mr. Gerzon. You know, actually for all of us members, because we all are required to be there. Again, the fact that the meeting here today on a Wednesday, you know, we could have attended, but with the travel, we're not able to get back to be in person. So going Tuesday, Wednesday would certainly allow us to remove this conflict from our schedule, which has been the last 3 meetings we've had this conflict.
Thank you, Mr. McPartlin. Mr. Gerzon, anything to add?
No, Mr. Nelson, nothing to add other than I would truly appreciate the board's flexibility in making this, considering this request. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Member
I
Caballos.
just want to, trustee Pavazis, for the record, that the 21st would be a problem for me also, because we have a board meeting that day. And we start at about 2:30.
Write that down, so.
Oh, you need a motion for it?
Yes.
We will.
Yeah, he's on.
Principal McNaught, I didn't want to leave you off this. I know you couldn't travel as well because of your commitment to, again, these series of district level meetings. Any comments from you, Member McNaught? Did he not? He might not be.
He was there for roll.
Okay, they might have, that's okay. So, yeah, okay, thank you. Member Marini, and then we'll go to Member Pulse.
I'll make a motion to change the dates to the 19th and 20th.
Okay. Wait,
I have some comment after the motion.
Yes.
I won't be able to make that Tuesday. So I won't be here. I have, meetings in Carson City that day. So I probably won't make the Tuesday.
No matter what.
Yeah, there's always some.
We need a second.
okay, we have a first,
Deanna, I'll reach in for a second.
okay, we have a first, we have a second.
Any other comment?
Any other comment? Yes, Brianna.
Would this be with the Tuesday, Wednesday want to be more of a permanent change to all NIAA Board of Control scheduled meetings?
Don Nelson from the staff, yes, that is what the request is, to make Tuesday and Wednesday the permanent rotation of days now, because of conflicts again, as you.
Well, make it permanently?
Well, let me backtrack. It's on this agenda only for March 19th and 20th. Let me backtrack that comment. That's out of line with what this agenda item is. That is not anything beyond this agenda item. Let's focus on the 19th and 20th of March.
Okay.
My apologies.
Sorry, I guess I should say for possible
That's, yeah, let's,
permanent
yeah.
change down the road.
Thank you. Sorry, my apologies. I think that was.
Tuesdays don't work for me, so.
Okay,
Could be other days down the road, but let's,
Any other-
yeah.
Tony, yes,
Well,
question?
I just have another thing. That's March Madness. I mean, do they have the space for us?
I talked to Palace, they're good with either one, I'm just waiting for today, so I can tell them to go ahead and start it, but they got us.
All right, we have a first, we have a second. Any additional questions, comments, concerns? All right, hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. And again, it's just for this,
Just make sure we're getting the votes that are online. Just make sure they're, oh,
I'm all opposed. I just.
all right, at this time, let's go to item number 10 on page 56, lifetime pass request for possible action. Mr. Nelson.
Okay, the individual, Mr. Joseph Wright, a coach, 32 years of coaching. The application again to protect the interests of the individual is not included within the packet, but this individual does meet the criteria specified to earn a pass on the lifetime per NAC 385B.862. So we will be looking for a motion and a second, and then a possible approval, please.
Wait,
Wade Polson, Region 3, I move to approve the lifetime pass for Joseph Wright, coach.
okay,
Alex Woody, second.
thank you. We have a first, we have a second. Any additional questions, comments? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Yeah, time to have some fun.
All right, let's go to item, we're gonna be done by the end of the day. All right. Let's go.
It's gonna take a little while.
All right, let's go to agenda item number 11. That is on page 57, the hiring of the new executive director for possible action. This is the one that I need to turn over to Mr. Anderson.
Motion approved.
Yeah, well, I don't know how much more there is to add beyond what we discussed at the special board meeting a week or so ago. We kind of laid out the information. I think you have it here as a handout. Is that
Yes.
right?
Everybody have their handout
Yes.
on the front page. There's the timeline and procedures. And following that are the 3 pages about the announcement of the vacancy and description, et cetera. Okay, so it's just a 2-page total staple handout you have in front of you, which Mr. Anderson is referring to.
Right, so at the special meeting, the thing that took place there, the primary matter that was decided and approved was the first page that you see, which is the timeline and procedures for going through the process. And so we had the special board meeting on January 8th. We will announce the opening of the position on the 22nd, which I guess is what, next Monday. It's going to be done on a national basis, so we will get the information to the National Federation of High Schools, which is the always call it the mothership of all the state high school associations in Indianapolis. They will be able to get it to all the associations around the country. If there's any potential candidates coming from other places. We didn't put in this packet intentionally the application because the application contains a couple of questions that will be posed to the applicants. We didn't want that coming out at this meeting, giving anybody an advance start with respect to that. But the application is the same application we used a couple of years ago when Donnie applied and was selected as the executive director. That application was vetted primarily again by myself and Pam and Rollins, just in meetings to discuss this once it became known that the executive director position was open based on Donnie's announcement in early December that he was going to retire. So February 20th will be the deadline for applications. All applications are going to be sent to me. That's what we've done for the last 2 searches, at least. Everything comes to me as the attorney. I'm not a voting member or anything, but I process the matter and as counsel, keep it confidential, but at least for the period of time that it needs to be with respect to public, other than the search committee. And the applications will then be shared with them February 27th. in order to reduce those, down to a number of individuals that we would want to interview. Once that's done by the search committee, we will do reference checks. That's one thing that has to be included with respect to the applications. Each has to have, I think, 3 references, so we will do those checks. March 5th, the screening committee would make final determinations as to individuals for interview. So if we get information on a reference check that leads us to believe maybe that person isn't somebody we want to necessarily interview, they can be eliminated prior to the process. The board meeting in Las Vegas, on, I guess now that we've approved it, which will be March 19 and 20. I put down March 20th as the date that we will announce finalists for interviews, so that would be the second day. And then we have scheduled April 4th for another special board meeting. We have not determined where, whether that'll be in Reno or Las Vegas, but that will be a meeting just solely to interview the various applicants that the search committee is going to present to the board for consideration. And at that meeting or following that meeting, one of the action items will be to determine this board to determine who the next executive director will be. So that's the timeline. You can see the announcement, which will go out on the 22nd. It will go out, like I said, not only to the NFHS. We also talked about potentially Xavier getting it out to the NIAA, as well as distributed amongst obviously all the school districts in the state. To be placed on the NIAA website, and that's where applicants will access their applications. That's pretty much the process. I don't know if anyone has any questions. If you do, I'll do my best to answer.
Yes, Bob.
Bob Levette, 584 North. First, let me apologize for not being able to attend that meeting. I had some medical issues that prevented me from being there, but just for clarification, Paul, I see February 27th, search committee reviews applications, and then March 5th, screening committee meeting. Are those the same committee, the search committee and the screening committee? I'm not seeing a distinction between the two in the minutes. Are those the same committee or are those two?
So this is the search committee. I'm sorry. The screening should be, is that what you're saying? Search versus and screening? Yeah, I'm sorry.
They're the same committee.
That's the same committee. And by the way, you're on it.
That's what I. I know how you guys work.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's mistake on my part.
Mr. Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, President Sloan. Mr. Anderson, this might also be a question for President Sloan and Vice President Stallworth as well. With regards to the location on April 4th and determining that, just for staff reference and getting a location set, who will decide where that's going to be, and is it based on the applicants from the different parts of the state? I don't mean to put you on the spot.
You know, I think that determination can be made as early as now. You know, we just didn't want to, you know, impose a particular site or without, you know, staff and the board knowing where that is and maybe having a say in where it was. Last time it was done here in Reno. We did it in the El Dorado. So I don't know if the preference, we'll have had a board meeting a couple weeks prior in Las Vegas. So depending on where candidates come from, you know, Vegas is easier to fly into than Reno. If people are coming from around the country, depending on, you know, who the applicants happen to be that would be interviewed. So those are just some of the considerations.
Sometimes convenience is easier for here for staff. Yes, Tony.
President Sloan, I'll donate some space if you need space at the Eldorado.
Awesome. Done.
Alex?
It's better than we wait and see what the end is look like, because I mean, it would suck if everyone's from Northern Nevada and we're having it in Vegas, and vice versa.
Yeah.
If everyone's from down south and we have it up here, then.
So let me ask you the good point, thank you very much, Tony. How soon in advance would the NIAA staff need to make accommodations?
Thank you, that's a great.
How long is the elder?
I'm just gonna turn to, Member Marini right here and say.
I have a lot of space. The only thing is, you know, getting people there and rooms and all that other stuff. So don't worry about the space. We have plenty of space. So.
So is it fair to say we could just decide on the El Dorado?
Yeah, if you guys want to do that to the north or to the southern people, I mean, I feel bad saying it that way, but I don't
Go
want,
back and forth all the time.
I mean, my opinion would be to do a Zoom and then when we get it down to the final three, then bring them all in. But that's just mine.
So, Dr. Nelson staff, then March 20th, announcing the finalists. That is basically 2 weeks in advance. Remember Marini?
Basically.
Well,
We got these flights on. I'm not sure how this Watson and this Wonder, because they're the ones actually do the direct ratings. So this Watson.
Last time, after the search committee had the finalists, they made the decision to do it in the north because we knew a majority of the candidates were from the north. So I think when they know the finalists, they can tell us where it's going, north or south, and we can start the planning.
So after March 5th.
March 5th.
Okay.
That's plenty of time. I think.
So we'll make.
Thank you, everybody. That helps. I think, so March 5th will be that, we'll yield, not me personally. The group will yield to the search committee to determine on March 5th where the best location is to have that meeting. We potentially have a northern site already established, a southern site. Would that be at the Powell Station, a group that we work with now on a more routine basis? You know, certainly Ms. Wonder and, you know, Ms. Austin sits in that process, if that's okay with everybody. Okay, so we'll on that, that's for sure. Thank you.
I don't think there's anything for possible action, Paul, do you believe, or this basically just?
Yeah, this is
Discussion.
more informational, and like I say, a lot of this is already covered in the meeting. But, in case anybody had any additional questions on the process or thoughts or, you know, certainly willing to listen.
And President, Diane said, I just wanted to make sure we had this on there for possible action in case something changed between January 8th and today. But clearly or not, so I agree with Mr. Anderson. I don't think we need to take any additional action.
Okay, so again, for the record, on March 5th, depending upon the candidates, we will then make a determination for the interviews to be conducted in the north or the south. We good?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Anderson.
One question.
Yes, sir.
On the timeline, I probably missed it because I'm going deaf and I can't hear anything, but anyway, when would the people be brought to the Board of Control for, interview, yeah? What's the date on that?
The interview date will be April 4th.
That is, it's April 4th.
Yeah, that's, so the board meeting on the March board meeting is where the announcement will be made as to who the finalists are. March 4th will be the interviews and an action item to select.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
All right, just Brianne Sorensen, just to make a note, I just want to give the rest of the board a heads up. I probably will not make that April 4th meeting. Unfortunately, it's hit the spring break and we already have vacation.
That is a Thursday, just so everyone knows, Thursday, April 4th.
Okay.
Any other
Yeah, any other conflicts?
That's a April 4th, obviously a really big day.
I will not be present from April 4th. National School Board Crowd Day, go to New Orleans, to go to that conference.
Thank you, Russell, for letting us know. I just want to make sure we know who's not going to be around on Thursday, April 4th. That's a big day.
Hello, this is Member Hyde. I will also be at that National School Board Conference. Thank you, Russell.
that the fourth,
for catching that.
the 11th and the 12th?
No.
No, the travel day is the fourth to head out to New Orleans, so any school board that attends.
Yeah, I won't be, I gotta go to that.
Maybe
so I
posting
won't be here either.
Mr. Bex, again, what is the dates of that?
It's the sixth through the, it's the sixth through the 9th.
6th through the 9th, I'll be traveling this early as the 4th, you can't do that, right? Get it. Okay.
So I got prior to.
Our travel dates are the fourth to the ninth, but we have blocked out for that. And then the distance.
So, okay,
I know, Mr., you're not available.
well, that's, I was just going to, this is an action item, so we could change the date.
Right, there we go.
Yeah. So.
Reinforced, and I proposed a date change for the board meeting for interview of finalists. And a discussion on possible date change.
What about the third?
When is, so that week, is that Washoe, is that your spring break, the week of the fourth?
That is.
Because CCSD is the following week.
Right.
No,
we're March 11th.
The 11th.
Or March.
I believe Mr. Anderson is available.
Not April.
We're March.
We're-
Everything's early.
Oh, yeah, we're March.
March.
We get the right month.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we flip flop every year.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I think what we'll do is the motion would be to actually have a date, the date specific would be a motion, I think.
Yeah, right now, just exactly, just it appears that the Washoe spring break is April 1st through the 5th as well.
That's week number 2. of Washington.
It's 30.
That's during the week.
Oh, yeah, Washoe is you're right, June, March 25th.
Sorry.
And you're in school in July too.
Yeah, that's. Jay, she'll better get out.
All right, being that there's numerous conflicts for April 4th, if we could now discuss some potential alternative dates.
Do we need a second?
Second.
I don't know, I don't.
We haven't.
Hold on, we're having a discussion now.
Go.
It's a discount on my second. Let's give you a date. When we get there. Paul, do you, what's your first and foremost, and just kind of your schedule, your available.
The problem, this is Paul Anderson, legal counsel, the problem I had, and I discussed with, Pam and Rollins when we were going through this, is I've had a vacation planned from the 8th to the 22nd of April. So so that, like almost 2 weeks. Yeah. I mean, we could kick it back. One of the reasons we wanted to get this done as quickly as possible was whoever gets hired, we want to provide them with some time, and I think we can still do that, some time with Donnie and, just to, before he's done. And I'm not sure how all the spring breaks fall because they're all different, throughout the state, as far as the districts go. Did you say Washoe's in session that week of April 1 or on vacation?
Washoe is on vacation the 25th through the 5th,
Okay, so that takes us out.
unless. What about that Monday, the 25th? Have you already made travel plans?
Monday, 25th of
March?
Oh, that's 5 days after.
Monday.
Yeah.
Oh, is that
Yeah,
when we're
that's
doing the
way too
finalists
soon.
now?
Is that due the second?
That's during, is that during Washoe's,
Do we
What
need
about
time now?
3rd of April?
I think the problem with that week is that it's still within Washoe's,
It's within Washoe's fall break as well. We have 2.
Do we need to move up the date to announce finals for interview?
I think we just pick, I think, great,
Well-
Donnie, I think we should pick that.
March 20th, but to be honest with you, where the announcement is during the board meeting, the next board meeting, so.
Well, I think, I think the final interview date, that's all, I saw it before.
Yeah.
Final date, with the date.
And if it has to be extended, it is what it is, and so Paul, your return is the 22nd?
What? Rand Sorensen, should we just, if people are traveling on the fourth, do we just need to move the interview to Wednesday, April 3rd? Because it sounds like it's not so much that it's spring break for the majority of board members, it's that the fourth is a travel date for their national meeting.
But if they have to travel,
On the fourth.
no, depending on where we have this,
So correct.
if they have to travel to us
Oh,
and travel back, that wouldn't give them enough.
because they would be attending that national meeting as well.
So what if we look at the second, would that work for those?
Where you have, where you.
Second's fine.
We have a meeting. We have a meeting, don't have a plan.
It's significant, obviously.
We can have it on April Fool's Day.
Nobody shows up.
Wait, I'm gonna tell you a story for lunch about April Fool's Day.
I just-
Can't get tired.
I just don't want it to be a break, and then we have liaisons, and we have individuals with Washoe and family and trips, and, you know, this is a big responsibility for the board. We need full commitment, but at the same time, we don't want to tie your hands.
You wanna go back to the interview?
So we may have to, after the 22nd.
Yeah, and I could, so Donnie,
Yes, sir.
don't we have the legal meeting in Indianapolis on that, roughly around that same week?
I wanna say it's,
Mr. Bossos?
Are we gonna, like, show hands? I think Rayanne had asked about the second. We would ask about April 2nd. I wasn't sure what the consent thing was on that. That's
Rand
correct.
Sorensen, I think it's the concern about April 2nd. If there are applicants that are current Washoe County, school employees, they may already have spring break planned with their family, and so then if they become a finalist, it's just.
And we may not have everybody at the table.
Yeah, I think the greater concern is making sure we have a board and liaisons available as opposed to the applicants. I mean, if it's important to an applicant, I think they'll, you know,
They'll do what they have.
yeah.
Just now.
So.
yeah, she's not looking for legal meeting, I'm trying to find it, that's not coming up. And then.
What are you looking for? The NFHS, they don't use them. What's every year? That's just.
Rand Sorensen, I feel like we're either looking at April 2nd, although that is break, or
We can do it.
the, like,
29th.
the 23rd, or pushing it out further than April 23rd.
I think we probably have to go to the next week, like the 29th. 30th.
and 30th.
That would be after legal meeting, I'm sure that would be after. legal meeting.
Yeah, we-
Yeah, it's always like the second or third week of April. I'm gonna text Davis Woodfield right now, NFHS.
30th.
That's good.
Let's give the applicants a whole month.
That's an
Fair.
entire
Do
month.
some research.
Well, and the other thing we could do
Is manipulate the other.
is back up some of this other stuff, except we have a board meeting, well, then it's,
Yeah.
That's why, well, we find out.
I think it'll give them time to get a good flight.
Good price.
Yeah, good price on their flight. They got 30 days.
I just don't want to put anybody out or have, people have to alter plans.
Let's choose April, so this is month.
Yeah.
April's,
Yeah.
Unless you're CCSD and we do it in March.
Yeah.
Can we change that? Flip flop.
What was the concern for having it put in the
That's what it says.
President, do you have a concern about April 2nd? Or?
Personally, no, because our spring break is in March. I'm just concerned about those in Washington.
We come back on Sunday.
Yeah.
We come back on the first.
Last 2 weeks.
We come back on Sunday.
Spring break is like.
No, yeah, we can.
Somebody is also.
It's
Vice President, Stalwart.
Yes.
Your feelings on April 2nd? I mean, it is still during
We
Washington.
have an interview session on the,
That's all I. What about?
but we gotta talk to Mr. LeBed about that, and as far as his availability. And,
April second, second week of spring break, is in town.
I will be, yeah, April 2nd.
I can make it.
I'll be coming back from that particular date.
Tuesday, April second?
Yeah.
You're still in town?
Are you guys that are flying to New Orleans okay with a turnaround trip if it has to be? That's the ones I feel like we should defer to them.
Yeah.
Because they're the ones that are gonna have to maybe possibly do a turnaround trip real fast to get to their next. They're the ones I would.
I think at this point, we just need to look after the 22nd after fall return, maybe the week after.
I mean, I would prefer later,
Paul,
or
they chose.
just that is
Wait,
our
hang on.
spring break in Pershing, and so, and I know a number of our rurals have it, so even if it wasn't me to say as a superintendent rep, we all are traveling that time, and so making the second, I'm not saying we can't, but it would put us out, and you know, many of us being educators, those 3 or 4 days is pretty vital for us to get out of the office for a moment. And so if you can, later in April, after the 22nd, I think would afford us. If you get to that first Thursday in May, I know you'll run into conflicts with some of our NAS meetings and the things that start to kick up. So there is a window there on that Monday, Tuesday when you're talking, but if you can go a little later,
Are you saying more like the 29th, 30th of April? Done, what was it?
Legal meetings, April eleventh and twelfth. Just you for me, that's all.
He's on vacation,
and that week of the 22nd, Paul, I'm just, anytime after the 22nd and previous to that first Thursday in May.
Because Russell, that's it, that would be Thursday the 2nd. So almost kind of like the first week in April would be that quick turnaround time, so week of April 22nd. Pick a date. Thursday, 25th. Perfect.
Okay, if anybody at this time, could please look at your calendars. Paul believes that, he's available Thursday, the 25th, or Friday, the 26th of April. Any conflicts, Mr. Vassos?
25th, Courtney, at what time did we have this meeting on the 25th?
Probably in the morning, but depending upon if it be north or south, we have yet to determine that, so that's not a good day. You have a board meeting, I have to scratch.
2 board meetings that day.
Yeah, it's not gonna work.
This is Member Hyde. I would say Friday. And the reason I say that is a lot of us have jobs, and if it's going to be down south, I can take a later flight, work all day Thursday, and just be absent from work one day. I don't know if that holds any water with anybody, but I mean, we start stacking these meetings on top of each other. It's a pretty big ask for employers.
That's a great point.
Yes, for my vacation day.
All right, so now if you could just look at your calendars for April 26th. April 26th.
We have, NASB has meetings that day. But they're in the evening and they're in Las Vegas. And they start at 4
On 26th?
on the 26th.
Rollins is just notified that he's not available on that day.
On the 26th?
So, I mean, if it turned out good, we could do it. I mean, I I don't mind flying up and back, whatever, you know. It could work out that if it's in Las Vegas, it all works out, right? Because it'll be prior to 4 o'clock anyway. And we could probably knock it out and it'd be just fine. But if
depending
it's
upon
up
the number
here,
of-
then that creates a problem.
Yeah, because depending upon the number of candidates, how much time, it could
And
go in the
without
start of the
knowing
morning
that,
and late in the afternoon.
We should just meet with Saturday.
So maybe we go, take a look at the next week. So what about, everyone look at the week of the 29th? Are you back when you're, okay. Any conflicts the week of the 29th?
Brianne Sorensen. People would be traveling on April 2nd, so I propose we try and do like a Monday, the 29th, just to give those that are traveling on the 2nd a little bit of
March 29th or April 29th?
April 29th.
April 29th. On a
that
Monday.
week's over. For now.
Monday the 26th.
Because if we're
April
in the
1st,
south,
I'm
we
telling you.
could fly Sunday night.
So we're looking at April 29th.
So let's look at Monday, April 29th.
Okay, right.
Those of you that are not in attendance, does that work for you?
That works for me.
This Kevin
Member Hyde.
Following not Region 4, that date, I have no conflicts with it.
That date works for me.
Okay, Member McNaught, you're good. Member Partland, are you good for Monday, April 29th?
Kevin McPartland, I am good for that date, yes.
Thank you. Member Gearzon, Monday, April 29th?
I believe you said he was fine.
He said yes. Member Gearzon said yes. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. All right, being that we potentially have a date, I need a motion.
Deanna, I move that we move our board meeting to the final interview of candidates to Monday, April 29th, 2024.
Okay, we have a first, Deanna. Alex,
Second.
thank you. All right, we have a first, we have a second. Is there any further discussion, questions, comments?
Just so you in the morning and go probably 4 or 5 hours, probably something like that.
4 or 5?
Yeah, I think last time, if this is a comment, last time, I think each interview was roughly an hour. We had a set number of questions, they were all the same questions, asked by the same person. And that's about what they were, and we only had 3, I think, and then went to, the selection process. And so it could be done by noon, that's pushing it, but probably to be safe, I'd say 2. It'd be done if you started at 9. And if you only had 3 or 4 interviews.
Okay, any other comments?
Yes.
All right, once again, the motion is that we change the April 4th board meeting for interview as a finalist from April 4th to Monday, April 29th. We have a first, we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you.
So we will.
President Sloan,
Yes, sir.
Colin McNaught, Region 4. I just wanted to clarify, it's a little harder to hear sometimes, so location TBD based on, and when will we know that? And then, because obviously, I'm assuming we're going to travel one way or the other, morning, afternoon, or just logistics on that. I just didn't hear that part. I'm sorry.
We haven't discussed that.
Oh, okay. So I didn't miss it.
We're gonna be able to.
Yeah, on the 5th, Colin, just to let you know, on the March 5th, once it's determined who will be the finalists for interviews, then the determination of whether or not to conduct the interviews in the south or the north. That'll take place then. That, the board will be notified.
Thank you. So that's just that's a president, that's going to be your decision, or is that something we have to decide as a board? I just don't know. Member McNaught, this is Donnie Nelson with staff. So on March fifth, the committee will know internally how many candidates are from what part of the state, and at that point, in which part of the state would be best to hold the interview session, which will be Monday the 29th. That's so either Las Vegas or Reno areas will be announced right after the fifth, but the finalists themselves won't be announced until the 20th. But at least as board members, you'll know if you're going north or south on April 29th, as early as March fifth, sixth, seventh, somewhere right in that timeframe. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand the timeline for sure. So it's just, what if we have a candidate from the north and the south?
Then,
We're gonna have. An odd number, just to make sure.
the search committee will work together to
Okay.
determine what they think is the best location. That'll be up to the
Okay.
search committee.
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I understand because, they may not all be from the south. So I just wanted to make sure I understood. So the search committee is going to let us know, President Sloan, you'll notify, or Donnie, one of you will notify us one way or the other. And should we plan on it being an overnight if we travel or a up and down in one day?
It'll be, yeah. It'll be a one day.
Okay, thank you very much.
Absolutely. All right, being that, lunch is being provided for us, it's 12:30. Let's reconvene at 1:15. All right, thank you.
You guys want to open that door again? Lunch is actually right outside there. They didn't want to disturb us, and then we'll eat in those back tables.
Very nice. Thank you. All right, yep. How about it? 45 minutes.
Thank you very much. All right, we are now going to go to agenda item number 21 on page 163, new membership application. New member application for Trinity International. Mr. Nelson.
All right, thank you, President Sloan. Cover page 163, the 2023-24, this year's membership application, pages 164 through 166 in your packet. Some supporting documentation on 167, 168. The previous year's application, 22-23, pages 169 through 171. And then all the other required documentation, the certificate of accreditation, the letter, etc., going through page 174 for Trinity International. Ms. Lotz and I did a visit to the school on October 19th. We'll introduce the principal here and assistant in just a minute, and we'll tell you about what we found in the application and what the application that's in there currently for this year matches what our notes were. We'll talk about sports being requested to be played. While the principal will talk about the future of the school and where it's going to go with sports to be offered, talk about facilities. And again, we have a school that is looking to be a full status member, effective, I guess it'd be the next. New member. New member. No, new member. I'm thinking of the time frame real quick. I'm doing the new member would be, if that would be starting next year. Yeah, before we, again, we're in the middle of a realignment cycle, but it'd be a new member for next year. So with that said, if we could please, Ms. Kara, guys, if you would, we will have 5 minutes for us to address it, and would introduce yourself for the record. And I know we have an assistant as well, Jessica. So, okay, sir, go ahead. 5 minutes to talk about the school. Thank you.
Sure. Hi, good morning, or good afternoon. My name is Alex Velto. I'm an attorney on behalf of Trinity International School. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about their application before transitioning over to the principal. Ms. Judici is going to talk about the school itself. Trinity International is seeking reinstatement from the NIAA for them to be reinstated from the process. The key analysis that I think y'all are looking at under the regulation is the reasoning for the initial withdrawal and what the school will be doing in the future to ensure accommodation and compliance with NAC regulations, NAC 3 specifically. The initial reason for withdrawal from the organization when it occurred previously was because there were a litany of international students, and at the time, an overwhelming majority of the students were international. Also at that time, there was a regulation in place that prohibited international students from participating in sports. As a result of those two realities, the school made the choice that in order for them to create an environment that allowed for some sort of athletics for their student body, which was predominantly international students, it was in the best interest to leave the NIAA given the structure of the school. Since that time, there's been a change in the demographic makeup of the student body in the sense that now there are a significantly less portion of the students which are international students. Because there's a more broad amount of students who are local students, who are in the community, traditional students, I would say, there's now an attempt to try to get reinstated so that they can comply with the NAC regulations and participate in high school sanctioned athletics. One of the modifications that you'll see, the change since you've received the application, is there has been a slight increase in the number of students. The application before you lists that there are 60 students. There is now 61, so there is a subtle increase, but I want to clarify that for the record before you consider the application. I think I've covered what I want to cover, which is really to get to the heart of what I think you're evaluating, which is the change in circumstances that warrant the reinstatement and the basis for the initial removal from the NIAA. And with that, I will hand it off to the principal, Ms. Judici, to talk to you about the school itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Kira Judici, and I am the principal for Trinity International Schools. I'm excited to be up here with you guys today. Sports is a huge part of being in middle school and high school. It was a huge part for me growing up. I'm also a graduate of Trinity High School. I started at Trinity when I was in 2nd grade, went all the way through, went to UNLV, went back and got into coaching, went into counseling, went into administration, and here we are today. Trinity is really looking to get back with our community. Back in 2014, when we switched directions in sports, it was to still be a part of the community, but in the way that was following the rules. We aren't looking to do anything outside of that. We really just want to join back to where we were. Sports is a huge part for kids. It's really, really big for everybody in the school to have an equal opportunity to say, I want to be on the volleyball team, or I want to be on the basketball team. And that was where we found we were limiting our students by having the prep status versus the traditional sports program. And so by going through surveys, talking to parents, talking to students, we've realized that traditional sports is really where our heart is and really where we'd like to be with our school. And it's really opened doors for us. As Mr. Alex said, we have an increase in domestic students, more than we did back in 2014 when we had originally made this decision. Also, I was not fully in administration at that point, where now I've been there for almost 8 years. And so seeing what I've seen with how important sports are for kids, we would like to be reinstated and go forward with being a part of our community and just come back to the team. Was there anything else specific you wanted me to cover, sir, about our school?
Yeah, well, yeah, go ahead, help us question.
Go ahead.
Yes. Vice Chair, Vice President Rollins, Stalwart. Hey, when you say 61 kids, you mentioned middle school, high school, are those all high school kids, or is that the combination of middle school and high school, the 61 kids?
Middle school and high school, there's 8 middle schoolers.
Oh, okay, so. All right,
It's mainly a high school.
okay,
Yeah, because at this time, we can't consider the middle school.
No, we're not asking
Okay.
for that.
So, yeah, the middle.
so that 61 number includes eighth graders?
Yeah, 8 middle schoolers.
Okay, and then it looks like, in looking at the application here, it looks like you're not, it doesn't look like they're meeting all of the, that's last year.
Go back forward.
So
Page 160.
when you, Donnie, when you went to the school, I see this, what's your take on this? Because I see off-site stuff and this kind of stuff. Will you talk to me about that visit?
Yeah, sure, Vice President Starr, Donnie Nelson, the staff. In terms of the sports desire to be played and matching up what you see on page 165 with our visits and discussions with the staff. Girls volleyball, a court does exist. This is a one-level team, is that correct? Obviously, we talked about the number of high school students in grades 9 through 12. We're not at 61, then we're at 53, but we know we're talking about class 1A volleyball, double the enrollment of our private school. So girls volleyball, one varsity level does have a facility. Soccer, boys soccer as the second fall sport to match one girls sport, one boys sport per season. There is a field that exists, so the facility does exist for boys soccer. Again, choosing girls volleyball, I would imagine, doesn't allow for the number of female students to also offer a girls soccer team.
No,
So-
it would be volleyball and boys soccer.
yeah, so girls volleyball, boys soccer, so that match is correct. In the fall, in the winter seasons, boys and girls basketball, again, I'm assuming it's one level, a varsity level team. Facility does exist, there are multiple courts within the facility, so the basketball court does exist. And it does offer all the amenities that are needed for locker rooms, officials area, spectators in and out, restrooms, et cetera. So we have no problems with facilities for either the soccer field or the girls volleyball or boys and girls basketball courts. Then to the spring season, what's checked on here on page 165 would be boys golf. I do have that checked in here. That was a sport to be played in the spring season. Track and field, boys and girls. Again, there's not a track and field facility at the school, so those would be a school that participated in outside invitationals, looking to get into different places. As we have many schools that do that. Certain charter schools, obviously, a lot of them don't have track and field facilities. And then softball is not checked on here at one time. I know we talked about when the school offers softball, not a direct facility that's there. There's a park across the street and there'd be an arrangement through the city or the county to be able to use it. So in terms of the number of sports that would be offered, it is not significant, obviously, but again, small enrollment number maybe don't allow for that. It does meet the requirement for one boys sport, one girls sport per season within this application. So I'll start with that. That helps answer your question. But there's many other questions to come, I'm sure, but that answers your question.
Yes, it does.
Let me, if I may, go to track and field. You do not have a track on your
No.
property.
No, we had track and field when I was in school. We went to a nearby field.
Okay, because right here it said on-site facility and you have yes, so that's actually.
There's an indoor track upstairs that you can run. There's an outdoor like track area you can run, which goes all the way around the soccer field. There's an area to practice, but it's not specifically lined out for
Okay.
track and field, but you could do it there.
Okay, so we couldn't conduct a track meet at your facility?
No, you wouldn't.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna go just a couple things. So last year, it stated that you participated in girls volleyball.
We played intramurals with the next one.
So last year,
Oh,
Did
this school year?
no,
I'm
no,
sorry.
the 22nd, 23rd school year, did you compete against any other schools?
No.
Oh, you did not?
No.
Oh, okay. I was under the assumption because of your application here that you did. So right now, you're brand new. So in the fall, you had boys soccer. I assume that it was varsity level.
This fall, we had girls volleyball.
No soccer.
No soccer.
Okay, so for the 23rd, 24 application that we're looking on page 164 for this school year. Okay, because your application indicated that you had boys soccer. You did not. So
No, we
the
did not.
only offering you had was girls volleyball at the varsity level.
Yes.
Did you were on a permission to play, correct?
Yes, we got that, I believe in July, and so with that time frame, we were only able to get onto a girls volleyball schedule. Because it was short notice of being able to play, so we put together a girls team. We didn't offer a boys team because we were still kind of waiting to find out what was going to happen.
How many games did you play this season? Do you recall?
6 or 7.
Okay, and then in the current season of the winter season, do you have both a boys program and a girls basketball program?
We had a boys basketball team and we had a girls cheerleading squad.
And that doesn't count.
I know, unfortunately, but no, we did have a boys team. Again, with not being certain of what teams we could play, we did not have a girls team this year. We plan to though for next year. We do have girls that are interested, but we didn't roll it out this year.
Okay. So you know the regulation states that you need to have a boys program and a girls program in every season, and thus far this
Yes, ma'am.
year, you've only had girls varsity level. So for the winter, you've had a boys basketball program. How many games have you played
I believe we played 5 or 6.
so far?
Yes, yeah. Well, we're done. We've completed what games we were able to get because we're not.
Right, you're permitted to play.
Yeah.
All right, so now you're gonna look in that crystal ball for spring. Boys golf,
Mhm.
that's brand new. It wasn't indicated on the application as of from last year.
Mhm.
You have interest, how many golfers have shown interest at this time?
I believe we have 8 golfers.
Okay. And what does track and field look like? Participation number wise?
Right now, because we were not sure if we were permitted to play, the school is actually set up right now to do intramurals again for spring, which we run just against each other. Because again, we were trying to make sure we were following the rules.
Okay, so you're not looking to compete with other schools in the spring for track, just to run intramurals
Right now, yes.
at the school? All right, and then
Yeah,
last
but
year,
if approved, we plan on going against all the other schools.
okay, do you know the interest, the number of students that are interested in participating?
Probably between 10 and 12,
10 and 12 boys, 10 and 12 girls, or
Yeah.
combined between the two?
probably of each. It had high interest when we put out the sign up for it. Same with, any sport we put out, we have interest for it, enough to fill rosters for it, but being that we were unsure this year of what was permitted, we just kind of ruled out one team at a time just to kind of see, make sure that we weren't getting in trouble.
So on your application, last year, you indicated that you had a boys volleyball program. This year, you do not.
We still have them interested, but because again, we weren't sure if we were permitted to play boys volleyball this season, the boys are actually gonna play intramural soccer with each other right now. It's what's set up right now. They're playing soccer with each other at school. But I have probably 15 to 17 boys signed up to play soccer at school right now, which would have been the volleyball team.
So your request today is to become full members for the next realignment.
Yes.
And you're standing here in front of the board that,
I see only 3 teams.
it's associate.
But it's associated.
But this application here on page, I'm gonna go back to 173, it's a record for full membership. We just have to make sure that we're on the same page.
Of course.
What kind of, what are you appealing at this time? What type of membership?
Full membership with girls volleyball, boys soccer, boys and girls basketball in the winter, and then come spring, a boy and girls sport. Again, with this year, we were not sure what we were permitted to play and what we were not permitted to play. It was vaguely communicated to us. And so again, we wanted to make sure that we were just following the rules. And we put out the teams that we did. And we did communicate back and ask, is this permitted? I sent emails asking questions. Sometimes they were replied to, sometimes they weren't.
Who are you sending them to?
Donnie and Lori.
But no one in Clark County.
No.
Okay.
Was I supposed to? I'm sorry.
Well, I mean,
Those
I
were
know
the,
the scheduling and all of that, but I think at this particular time.
we have the players for these teams. We just weren't sure if we were permitted to play them, and we were making sure that we didn't upset anybody. They are ready to go.
Well, they're ready to go on paper, but nothing's established yet except for 3 teams, it looks like. There's 3 teams, and we need a total of 6, 3 boys and 3 girls, and there's only 3 that have been established.
If I'm permitted to play a boys and girls sport this spring and you tell me it's okay, I can go home and make sure that those are ready to go.
And that would only add 2 more teams, we would still be a couple of teams short.
Well, come fall, we will have both of those teams staffed and ready to go.
We hear that all the time, it's a.
Yeah, let me transition to Wade.
Wade Polson, Region 3. I have a question about soccer, the boys soccer team.
Yes.
So the 1A doesn't have a soccer league, so that's 2 to 3A, right?
Yeah.
That's the combined. So you would be competing against the 2A, 3A. And how does that look just starting out? I don't know, because I'm just
So,
asking.
My athletic director has been communicating with other athletic directors in town, and it sounds like everyone is interested in a soccer team for next year. They've all been communicating that if we play, you'll play, to give all the kids the experience to have fall soccer. And so I know 3 schools that have stepped up and reached out to us and said, hey, are you guys gonna have a soccer team? We would like to have a soccer team. If we could all get together and make sure that enough of us play, we can have a full schedule.
So.
But in the event that we don't, and we are playing 2 or 3, just to answer your question, that's fine. I mean, the kids are looking for the experience. Like I said, sports are just an important part of getting out there and being involved in their community.
Because we already had a discussion of disparity between 2A and 3A competition in
Yes.
soccer. And now we're bringing you on, so that's a little concerning, but, anyway.
We could do a different sport if it makes more sense, that's okay too.
Okay.
I'm gonna turn it over to David.
Jason Odegaard, 3A liaison. I guess speaking for our league, one concern would be, the number of players that we'd be able to get out with, looking at the number of students that you have. Looking at 15 to 17 players, if you have that many pull out, that just automatically translates. Now we have another league game that will be scheduled without sub-varsity competition. And I don't know what the answer is to that, but that's becoming a growing problem.
David?
How many I-20 students do you have?
Right now, I have a 45% international rate.
So.
49% international. So those 45% can't play.
Why not?
Because they're international students, so.
They can play if they meet residents.
If they meet residents, if they meet the residential requirement. Here's the question, here's what concerns me is usually when schools come in that are in your state and in your present position here, they come in requesting independent status to show us for the last 2 years that they've been keeping and maintaining 6 programs, 3 girls and 3 boys, 2 in every season. You're not showing that, but you want to go straight into full membership. And we have to have documentation that not only do you have 6 and a strong 6 schools and 2 in each sport, for girls and boys, 3 each, but maybe even 6 or 7 sports. And so it's extremely difficult for us to be in a position here to allow a school to just come in and and request that status with no documentation of having a minimum of at least 6 teams that have shown that they've been on some kind of an independent schedule, they've been playing games and doing all of that. And so when you were calling and contacting the office here, you weren't aware of nothing that I just said?
No, that was never brought to my attention.
Wow, okay.
However, Trinity has been a part of NIAA since '84.
Yes.
As a student who attended, we've always been a part of NIAA sports. When we switched status, we were still playing sports. It was just a different direction. Again, having to make sure that we were permitted to play, we could have rolled out all those teams like you said. But unfortunately, because we were just making sure we didn't step on anyone's toes, we didn't roll those teams out in full force this year. But so is your recommendation an independent status?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr.
Paul Anderson, legal counsel, and Mr. Belto will be able to look at this, but NAC 385B.202 deals with the membership of a private high school, and I don't know if you're familiar with that, but what that basically says, it's any high school in the state with an enrollment of less than 500 pupils may apply for membership in the association by submitting a written request to the executive director. The next section says, except as otherwise provided in subsection 6, upon receipt of a written request submitted, the executive director shall place the school on independent status for 2 years, beginning on the date of the written request is received. And what independent status means is you have like a provisional membership. You're not eligible to participate in state championship, tournaments and that sort of thing while you're on that status. And then you make your schedule by independently contacting other schools and making your arrangements for those games. And the purpose of it is so that your school then shows, hey, we're complying with the NIAA regulations. We have a boys team and a girls team in each sport for each season as is required. And so at the end of that 2 years, if all that's complied with, then typically there's no problem admitting you to membership. But the regs actually provide for how the process would go. I guess is my.
So Lori, let me ask you a question. For the 22-23 school year, they were granted permission to play?
It was when they submitted their initial application, they were granted permission to play.
So
As an independent status or?
No, just permission to play.
Yeah.
Yes. For 22,
Permission to
it's
play.
like a brand new,
Yes.
okay, permission to play.
Which is right where we are this year as well.
The second year of the realignment.
Well, this is the, I know some staff, this is the first year of our current realignment cycle. We have 1 more year to go. And so speaking on behalf of the staff, what I would love to see happen is with permission to play, all these sports that you've listed here, go get games. Go play. You have to contact our schools. You're gonna have to develop your own schedule.
That's fine, we can.
Right, but between this coming spring, leading into next fall, winter and spring for the 24-25 year, and then to be able to come back to this board and say, look, we have schedules proven, we've played member schools, we can show documentation, we have games played, right, in all these different sports, and then the association can look at a different status other than just permission to play. That's when we get into what Mr. Anderson just said is independent status, and eventually we lead through 2 years to that to get to a realignment cycle, and then you work your way towards full membership status.
Yes, sir, I understand,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. So I'm sorry that I explained to you well. I thought we had communicated that well to you, but obviously we haven't through.
But
Whatever.
Go ahead.
Let's go ahead, David.
Dave Henneman, Turtle Liaison. Just noticing, I looked at, so you're the Trinity International that played in the Lake Mead Holiday Classic for boys basketball that was played at Green Valley Christian, correct?
This year?
This year, yes.
sir.
Okay, because I'm looking, I see what you put up on your screenshot on your application, had like Foothill, Desert Pines.
So unfortunately, that was not my school that played those games.
Okay,
There is another school out there peddling that they are Trinity International with a different coach, and somehow they were able to make it onto a floor, and we contacted those schools and let them know they were not playing our school.
all right, okay.
That was unfortunately not our school.
That is true.
That's, and I'm sorry, Dr. Staff. So Henry, we did our very best internally and spoken with those people who were masquerading as
Okay.
the school and with our membership to say it's not the same, so not to hold anything against the current school, the real Trinity International School is sitting in front of us.
All right.
Yeah.
Make sure we're separate and apart from that, so.
Yeah,
Because I know, yeah, the Quebec prep,
That prep team with Mr. Lockridge has not been with us since 2021,
Yeah.
and he didn't even play that season with us. So yeah, no, he has not been with us for quite some time.
Okay, and the thing is, like, I know with, as charter schools and like when they're coming in and trying to get a full membership, like recommend like, hey, reach out to the charter schools,
Oh, yeah, no, they've been really nice to us too. Very welcoming, yes.
schedule games, like
Yes.
volleyball, we're always looking for that.
Yeah, no, we're happy to do independent status for 2 years and show you that we can bring these teams and that we can play. We're very happy to do that.
And so Paul Anderson, legal counsel, that would be my recommendation, to the board would be to approve this application as an independent status so that that timeframe starts to run.
Yeah.
And Trinity gets things in motion, so that when the next realignment comes up and just complying with this 385B202, assuming things go as you project, then, we'd be in line.
Answer
The
the
next
questions.
Yes, sir.
realignment for full membership.
Yeah, I apologize. I assumed it was called like a 2-year probation with full membership, so,
It's kind of.
I understand what you're talking about. It's the same thing. So yeah, I knew we were going on a 2-year probation. Again, I didn't know if that started this year or if that was after this meeting to officially start for next year, which is why we tread so lightly this school year with sports.
But
But yes, I do understand.
I think the board can approve that if that's the desire.
Okay, we have a couple more. Let's go with David.
So this is a question for Paul. So even on the independent status, those I-20 students still can't play, correct?
All the rules apply.
Yeah, so the I-20 students would be out of the picture. So then you look at it.
Unless
you.
Unless they meet the requirement.
Let's meet the
if
residency.
they meet the
requirements.
residency requirements, those sort of things, and they can play. That was the change with respect to that regulation with respect to international students. That hasn't been changed by the LCB online, but that happened. How long ago, Alex?
2019?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure. So 3 or 4 years ago. So if an international student, an I-20 student meets residency requirements, in other words, a legal guardian under our rules or a parent under our rules, and they are eligible to play the same as any other student in the state of Nevada. That was the change.
All right, Sean.
Sean Simons, 2A liaison. I'm in agreement with Mr. Anderson about the independent status. Just a couple of things for you guys' information. So again, it was discussed with soccer for boys. There's no 1A, 2A soccer in the South, so I think you can do that. So you'll have to find games with 3A, lower level 3A, 4A, 5A. Also basketball. Yes, there is another Trinity out there that's like a basketball factory. Clearly that's not you guys.
Yeah.
I pulled their schedule for the board for the record. They did play 10 basketball games this season. Started on 11/28. They ended on January 10th. Looks like they played 3 NIA member schools, but the rest were independent or charter schools, freelance schools. They're not a basketball juggernaut. It looks like they're having kids playing, so that's good. And one other thing I was gonna tell you, in track and field, 1A, 2A is combined in the South. So if you roll this out, want to be in the track meets this spring, people piggyback into some of those 2A track events. And then golf, boys golf is not a 1A type school either. In the Southern 2A where I preside over, it's a couple kids from Lake Mead, maybe just a handful of kids, and we can get you connected to those folks if you are going to have those boys call.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
So motion to grant independent status.
For 23-24.
That would continue through the next, then, and then we reevaluate the application at this time. Yeah.
Okay, any more questions? Questions,
I have
questions?
to.
All right, Jay?
Paul. Right now Trinity is a provisional member of this association. They pay dues every year ever since we granted them provisional membership. So they are a member. What are we doing? I don't know. I've just been listening. Anyway, they've been paying provisional membership dues every year. Which allows them to play their I-20 kids. And not be a member and not participate in postseason. What I think they're asking now is to be an associate member. Get out of the provisional and go on independent status as an associate member. They're asking to change their membership from provisional to associate.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So you're gonna make that one? I'm gonna make that one.
Well, I'm gonna, but please understand, as a board, they don't fulfill the requirements of having a male and a female program in each.
Okay.
The fall season, winter season, that's huge. And I'm gonna tell you, as a board, no, your answer, but as a board, I've sat on this board for a lot of years and we've been burned. In giving membership to schools that had these promises, but didn't validate it going in, and we've been burned.
So President Sloan, I have a question. So then why don't we refund them their money?
Well, the associate membership was based on.
I know, but Rollins, if we're sitting here talking about the fact that they want to play and they've been paying dues since.
How they pay provisional, which is $5,000 a year to be a provisional member, and they have been paying it every year. And that allows them to play our member schools, not be eligible for any postseason. They know that, play the I-20 kids. Because that's where this thing all came to a head, when the I-20 kids were playing.
So,
Yes, sir.
so Paul Anderson, legal counsel, just for context purposes, the provisional membership came to be many years ago because of the Finley Prep program. And Finley Prep, as I think most of you know, was basically a basketball factory. It wasn't even a school. They sent their kids to Anderson International. That's where they went to school, but they basically traveled the country as a prep school with a lot of international kids. But in order to play out of state, you have to be a member of an association. That's why they came to us and said, hey, we'll pay anything. We just want a membership. And they were always good about that. So maybe that's where the provisional came in here, as Jay's saying. And now you want to go back to, to a more,
Traditional way of sport,
traditional
yes.
membership within the association. I still think, you have the application here, and I think the board could approve it, and I think Jay makes a good point, that the motion is going to have to be one to move from a provisional status to private school status, and then associate, and then associate membership, and then the independent status for the 2 years as we've been discussing. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
I guess,
Is that right?
yeah, sorry, Tammy David, Sorry, 5A South Liaison. I guess because I'm one of the newer people on the board, he was trying to explain a little bit to me, what is the difference between provisional, independent, and associate? Because I'm hearing things and then I'm like, I think I got it, and then someone will say something, okay, no, I don't understand.
Lori, go ahead.
So, Tammy, the full membership are schools that they have the sports, they can compete in postseason. The associate member status is what we're talking about here, so they want to be approved associate member status so that they can play our schools for 2 years and show that they have those programs for 2 years.
Okay.
They will not be eligible for postseason, but they have to meet all of.
But they have to be okay.
And then after the minimum 2 years, they can come back to the board to apply for full membership to gain that postseason.
And then what's
And then they get put into the schedules with the leagues.
then what's independent?
Independent that's just the status of the sport. So they're associate
Gotcha.
member and their sports are independent.
Got it.
status.
Thank you.
You'll be tested later on. All right, do you have any last minute questions? I know you've been thrown a lot of questions and
That's
it's going
okay.
every which way, so.
Like I said,
You've done a great job, by the
so
way.
whatever we need to do.
Xavier,
Xavier Anthony, with that Athletic Directors Association, just a couple notes, and like you said, Ms. Sloan, maybe you have guidance. I don't know if there's something that needs to be put out maybe by the NIAA, but since there is other Trinity International, maybe there's some guidance that we can give out to all schools in our state that's saying, hey, this Trinity International, if you are trying to play them, you need to contact your athletic director, whomever, so that there is no like, which one are we talking about? Because that's kind of concerning, right? The other thing is, I'm gonna say 2 other comments for you real quick. This is more so like along Ms. Sloan's guidance. So when you come back, I think what the board wants to know is we need data. So you're playing against which schools? How did you fare against them? And, you know what I mean? So that we have a better understanding, because like Sean was saying, well, there's the old Trinity International that we know is kind of that basketball powerhouse.
Yeah.
So we still, some of us old timers kind of have that concept that you're still that old Trinity International, which clearly I know is not maybe the case right now. And the other thing is that you are kind of going for spring sports, track and field, right? So you have like 10 or 12. What hurts this board, to Ms. Sloan's credit or statement, is that you come back and say, yeah, we had 2 boys and 3 girls.
Right.
We want to see numbers.
Okay.
We need data.
Okay.
Cool.
Yes, yes, I understand.
any other questions?
I'm ready to second your motion. You go ahead, you make it. You want me to make it? Yeah. Okay, and I make a motion that the board, Alex Woodley, makes a motion that we approve, their status from provisional to associate with independent status for 2 years.
For the 23, 24, 24, 25.
Effective immediately each year.
Effective immediately,
Then
correct.
this year.
So the 22, 23, 23, 24.
Or 23, 24, 24, 25.
Well, yeah, okay.
Correct.
Okay, we have a first,
Second.
okay, we have a second. Yeah,
Yes.
Donnie said.
Questions?
Effective immediately.
Well, it's really.
Hang on, Dave. So, so let me ask you, Donnie, why effective immediately? I mean,
It certainly doesn't have to be. I want, not as the staff, I want the school to be as successful as possible and to do it the right way to see if this is really a viable member school. And clearly the data from the fall is not really there because we don't have boys soccer. But we can start that process with the option of seeing how many numbers we have participate in track and field. If we want to delay it to 24, 25 and make it through 25, 26, it potentially gets us off of a realignment cycle. And I'd like to see where we are exactly a year from now in this meeting, see if this school could possibly be ready to go for the next realignment cycle, because the next realignment cycle is not gonna be 2 years, it's gonna be 3 years, because we're trying to get off a rotation. So I don't wanna penalize the school if we don't have to. I think if it can show right where it is, even though boys soccer didn't exist, if they can go through the fall and go, look, we had a team, we played a whole bunch of games. If perhaps the school could work with Mr. Jackson and our southern schools in scheduling to pick up however those many games with buys or lower level games to show we have a team. I wouldn't want to leave them behind from this year if they're ready to go. So I think it's a little bit odd. The whole process with this school is a little bit odd, and transitioning from a provisional school to a independent status sports associate member school to begin with. The whole process is just not as smooth as it's been with other memberships, but not to any fault of trims, to be honest. So that's why I say effective immediately. Let's see what this school, I realize you finished out your basketball season, your schedule's done. Maybe you find another game or two along the way. It's highly doubtful because we're in league play, we're heading to the playoffs, right? Just aren't vibes that really exist anymore with basketball. But let's
If you
go.
say I need to comply immediately, I'm confident that I can do that.
All right, David, did you have a question,
Yeah, because,
comment?
yeah, Gabe had been sort of liaison, just two quick comments, like I was just trying to see like when they would start that 2-year alignment, would it be, so they have this 1 year,
So the 18.
and then we can go into the 25, 26, is that right?
That's correct.
And the second thing for spring sports, just, I would suggest contacting Tim Jackson, but looking at for track. I know schedules are due January 26th to him.
Yeah.
So.
I'll get on it.
Our schedule's supposed to.
The track, you could just jump in like and try to find like even invitations.
Okay.
Hang on, Lori Lutz.
Effective immediately, the one thing I'm worried about is we have to get them set up on Activate, and that must be requested from them to build the school, then we have to train them how to use it and get their families using it as well.
And that's not an easy process.
Oh, you're fine. Well, but this is, whatever it was,
I think we stay I think we stay status quo and they come back in a year after next year and come back and say, here's where we're at. We've shown that we've been able to do this, or we've reviewed them and shown that they're not ready yet. Because every school that sits up there at that podium has always told us, oh yeah, I can guarantee you, we're gonna have our 6 teams in there by next year, and it doesn't happen. So I don't think we put, the only provision we put on there is that they need to come back next year and show us that they've done X, Y, and Z. They've done X, Y, and Z, then we can actually talk about putting them in the next realignment cycle or not. But I don't think we should be even talking about that until they come here and prove in a year that they've done this.
Also, just a second, also understand that for us to go forward with any programs, we've said you have to have a male, female in the fall, and I know I said it before, male, female in the winter, male in established programs, okay, good. You've done it for 2 years, you've established it, we're ready to go. We're not doing that.
Well, that's what the associate member status is that's their 2-year window to start your,
Yes.
and that gives them, we get them up on Activate.
But we do that primarily in the fall for a fall season, not as we transition at the
That
end.
independent status, they're not put into the schedules, they still have to get their own.
I totally get that.
Yeah.
But see, what I'm saying is that, okay,
Mr. President, perhaps a middle ground that would allow for there to be sufficient time to conduct the training and make sure that all the systems are up and running, is that this becomes effective for the fall season, so that there's enough ramp up period and puts them on a calendar schedule. Trinity would prefer not to come back to the board. I mean, we love seeing you all, but we prefer not to come back to the board, and be able to focus on getting athletics in and having a 2-year ramp up period where we can actually show the organization that we're able to have full membership. So the status that's been proposed by Mr. Anderson and discussed by this board, I think is what we would hope for, with possibly an effective date for the fall season to avoid some of the concerns with an immediate effective date having a strain on the NIAA staff. That would be our request.
Thank you.
I have a question of Don, is that, so in the fall, does that throw off the realignment that you're trying to avoid?
Yes.
Okay, so.
Yes, but
Yeah. That's
they would be coming back
during the
during the realignments. Not during, no, if you're coming back 24, 25.
2 years down the road, we're
Realignment
into.
begins. But the next realignment is 25, 26, correct?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Anderson.
All have legal counsel. I think that's a good suggestion, especially in light of Ms. Lott's comments about the Activate program. That would give plenty of time. We're in January, plenty of time to train the school and the parents with respect to that. And plenty of time to gather the data we're gonna need, or this board would need, in order to determine full membership. 2 years down the road.
So, President, we have a motion, but we were clarifying what the motion was going to be, trying to assist Mr. Woodley. We never got a second on it.
Yeah.
But
But I think he's got an amendment, Pastor.
yes.
So it's the same one.
It's the same motion, just starting in the fall.
24, 25, 25, 26.
Yes.
Okay. Bring it in. Yeah, 24, 25, 25,
Okay.
26.
So the motion on the table, thank you, Alex, is that Trinity will be an associate status for the year of 24, 25, 25, 26. Okay? You're gonna beef up those teams, play everybody, get a hold of Mr. Jackson, and we're gonna put you on the schedule. And then I have a second by Tony. Any further comments, questions, discussions? All right. All in favor, say aye.
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 The ayes have it. Thank you very much.
All right.
All right, now we're going to go to item number 14. NIAA partnership update, Brady.
Page 72 in your packet, everybody.
Sorry about that.
All right, ready.
14.
All right, Mr. Roger, if you would, for the record, introduce yourself, please, and let's have an update, if you would, please, on Playfly and where we stand according to numbers on page 73. This was an agenda item requested by President Sloan, so. Brady,
Yeah.
welcome.
Hello, everyone, Brady Raggio, Playfly Sports. In front of you, Ms. Sloan asked for an update of the 6 years prior. We're in the 7th year of the revenue generated and what the NIAA has received. So you can see that right there. A little different in past board meetings, kind of gone through the schedule, kind of gone through partnership, people I'm talking to, different things. I hope that you guys are all liking what Donnie's sending out on a monthly basis, the executive director report that I'm sending him at the beginning of each month. We decided to do that, kind of Playfly did. It's a good way. All the high school associations are doing that and sending off to their executive directors. It's working really well in terms of keeping Donnie up to date, and he's passing it along to you guys. So hopefully that is some good information that you're getting. Right now, contracted and committed as of today, we're at $440,490 as of right now. With a lot of time left, we need to get to $550,000 is the rev share number. So that's the goal. And then right now in pitch business out, we're at $465,000 in proposals out on the street right now. So.
Brady, I want to thank you for doing this. I get questioned all the time about what does Brady do?
Yeah.
And second of all, what kind of revenue does the NIAA benefit by what you do? So looking at, again, thank you for doing this and looking at this information. So every year back, Outfront has been able to give, so the NIAA gets $280,000. Is this correct?
Yes.
For the last X amount of years here? Yeah.
Yeah, it was 6 years, but it's, guaranteed on the 10-year partnership. We're in year 7 of the 10-year agreement. And, yes, they're guaranteed that money. Jay can speak more to that, but there's 2 checks that they send, twice a year.
There an opportunity for the NIAA to make more than 280,000?
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole goal. And that's
Okay.
at 550,000, we start a rev share
Right.
after that.
Do you do a lot of, I've noticed that a lot of the, sponsorships are Northern Nevada. I know we talked a couple days ago about, a bank in Southern Nevada that's also up here. I don't know if you can say the name, but, are you contacting businesses in the South
Yeah,
for sponsorship?
yeah, constantly.
Okay,
Constantly. I have Sponsor United. I know everybody in this state who partners with UNR, UNLV, the Aviators, Raiders. I have access to all that. I constantly, to say that we have Northern Nevada partnerships, Toyota statewide, Lerner and Rose statewide, Zero Team Fatalities is statewide. So, we really haven't, naturally, we need to focus on regional stuff too, like hospitals and, I think our best bet is having 2 hospitals in north and south, but I'm literally canvassing the whole state, looking for statewide partnerships, but naturally breakdown, part of the Southern Nevada, health conglomerate down there, the anti-vaping campaign, they're just Southern Nevada. But, we got the Army on now that's statewide, we got, the Air National Guard statewide, so, we kind of got to hit it both ways. There's some local mom and pops that hopefully can join us and support the community, but I'm looking statewide all the time, but I do have access to every company in the state and what they partner with and who they partner with, and I'm constantly in contact with them and trying, and it's not easy, but cold calling and sending emails as much as I can, so definitely not, just because we're up here, I'm definitely not neglecting Southern Nevada. It's very important, and there's a lot of companies down there, and we're making more headway down there. I am.
good.
Thanks.
Good. Like I said, this is only for discussion. Are there any questions to the board? All right, because like I said.
President Sloan?
Sure. Is it Colin?
Yeah, is it coming through? Sorry. Colin McDowell, Region 4. I apologize. I guess, Pam, I have if we can just, Brady, just summarize real quick. Being new, I don't know that I fully understand this. So can you just help me understand what happens here and how this, very briefly, how this breakdown of money is?
Yes, yeah, no problem. So my company I work for is Playfly Sports. We're a large company that have different branches, but one of them is multimedia rights. We have large college, small college, and we're the ones that got into the high school space. We have 17 high school location states right now. 2 of those are provinces in Canada. There's a GM like me in each of those states. We have the whole West Coast covered: California, Oregon, Washington, Arizona, New Mexico, Utah. Just got Wyoming. We got a few more: Minnesota, Louisiana, Michigan, Virginia. So there's a GM like me there. And so how it works is no different than UNLV or UNR in terms of Learfield, IMG being there, owning their multimedia rights. As a company, we come in and we take over the implementation sales of all partnerships. So with that, and then with guaranteed money to the NIAA. So when this was, I wasn't on board when this was signed. I came shortly after, but at that time it was Outfront Media that Playfly bought us from Outfront Media. Came in and guaranteed the NIAA $280,000 a year, guaranteed, no matter what we sell on our end. And then the threshold for rev share is at 550,000. 30% after that to 800,000. And then after 800,000, hopefully one day we'll be able to get there. Then it's 50% we share after that.
Mr. Anderson.
And Colin, this is Paul Anderson. Again, just historically, the reason we contracted with Outfront Media originally, which has become Playfly. Bart Thompson, the former executive director, used to say it was his sleep insurance, because otherwise we were having to devote, one of the few staff that exist now on the NIAA to trying to raise revenue, which was a huge project and undertaking. This way, there were guaranteed dollars every year, as Brady's explained, that have come in and have continued with the possibility as partnerships go up of, eventually that number going up based on revenue share.
Okay, thank you. And what's been the barrier in reaching that 550? I mean, it seems like 7 years we haven't gotten there yet. So why not?
No, I can explain that a little bit. We had a title partner that we lost right after COVID. It was a big hit to us. One Nevada Credit Union came in, they were our title partner initially, and you kind of see the drop off there. For sure, I got on. In 2018-19, we were at 441. And then right after the 2019-20, we lost One Nevada, which was a big deal. We're looking for that title partner. Well, we still don't have anybody in the financial sector right now, working on that. Healthcare. There's some big things out there, but COVID really kind of set us back a little bit, but we're trending up, and I think we'll get there, but it's taking work. But there's definitely categories out there. We're not a huge state in terms of schools, in terms of the number of schools. So companies do look at that, like our reach, impressions, different things like that. So I'm working on with Tia. We've done a good job of social media. We're growing that. When I got on board, there was no Facebook page, there was no Instagram. Our Twitter wasn't doing very well at all. We brought those all up from perspective of stuff we do, like our athlete of the week and game of the week and different things like that. So hopefully we'll get there, and that's what I'm tasked to do.
Yeah. Okay, so we get a higher rev share at 550, that's the first one we hit, and what's our percentage of that? What do we get off that?
Anything over 550, we split we get 70 to 30.
And the next number is
800,000.
And then it's 50-50?
Yep.
And previous to what we're seeing here, you were able to reach that before?
No.
So we've never reached that?
Oh, no, never.
So. I don't know, I'm just looking at a number and I'm like.
What would, if I may?
Sure.
When you consider, as you look at these numbers, getting the 280 guarantee has been really beneficial to us, because if you look at 2021 and 21-22, it was 350, 360. Of course, this is COVID, right? Like everyone else, we got impacted by COVID. So if we were doing 50-50 there, then we would have got 100 and something as opposed to 280. So the 280 minimum with this deal has been pretty sweet. Yeah, it's been good. Almost 280 we never had. Exactly.
President Sloan, if I could just clarify, he said 30% at 550, we get 30%?
No, so any dollars earned after 550,000 to 800,000, you'll get 30% of them.
In addition to the 280? Oh.
Okay. On top of the in addition to the 280.
Okay.
The 280 is guaranteed.
Are we able to request a list of who the sponsors are? Is that possible? I just would be curious to see at a board meeting, like who we're bringing in to Pam, to President Sloan's question.
This is Diane Nelson, the staff. Member McNaught, that's in the monthly reports you get. Yeah, they're listed in there.
Copy. Thank you.
I don't know if every partner is listed in there. I just give updates on who's come in new and who I'm talking to, who's been proposed. I will add that part of the list of all our partners as of right now, so you can see.
Thank you. Russell?
Brady, do you have a sponsorship package like that you can share with the group that if you say mom and pop sector or something, but in our smaller communities, if you have somebody that's interested in donating, what's it take to get into your groups? Like just start?
I mean, we have partnerships range from $5,000 to $100,000. So I customize all of them. Like we have ranch and photography, and want to do some email stuff, it's a smaller package. I customize everything. So, what I can also do is maybe I'll send Donnie a few proposals that I have sent out. So you guys can see them and see the elements in there and kind of see what I'm going to the street with.
So, especially if you're in your, your communities and stuff, and there's somebody you're talking to, maybe you could say, hey, I have a, you have a better idea, and maybe you could refer them my way.
Yeah, I was just thinking about referring somebody to you to, but I don't want to refer them if I know it's totally out of their ballpark, but if they're.
No, I get that a lot. A lot of people are out there that pay $400 to put a banner up on the outfield fence and stuff like that at their kid's school. I get that. That's definitely not what we're doing. I mean, coming in here, the one thing I wanted to do was we have to keep a level of the price.
Statewide.
Yeah, statewide, and there's a huge value to it. So we know that, and, so we try to keep those partnerships, but there's something for everybody, eventually.
Brady, if it's a partnership or a sponsorship that that one of us as board members brings in though, you don't get a cut of that, do you? Do you get that from the contract? I don't remember. I didn't read all of it, but I'll do that.
Yeah.
You still get your regular percentage even if we bring the business?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you brought me somebody who did a partnership,
No, if we actually close the business, like there's like, then can the NIAA generate its own, if it's a part?
So I can answer that question.
Okay.
Under the contract, no.
Okay. I didn't.
The exclusive right to the partnerships is basically with Playfly. So that's what we gave up, is that we didn't want to do that. We didn't want to have to be responsible for raising the money because of the time and that sort of thing. And that's where Playfly came in. So any partnerships or any money that comes in, I think there's maybe one or two small exceptions.
yeah, we carved out, there's a couple of things.
Yeah, but beyond that, it goes to Playfly to those numbers to build them up.
Yeah, Mr. Andrews, I'm Dinos from the staff. So example, we have the donation from this Northern Sierra Endurance Training Team. That was a cost of covering specifically facilities, equipment, rentals, whatever for an event. It's not a partnership. They're not getting brand recognition or any tweets or anything like that.
Okay.
They said, Donnie, we're paying for your restrooms, your golf carts, your materials, your course setup, your awards for that particular event. So that was a donation, is not a partnership. So that $1,000 check just got delivered to us today, that's directly to our cross-country line item.
Okay, but if Finley Chevrolet,
But if
Finley Chevrolet said, I want a $50,000 sponsorship or $100,000 sponsorship, and
With recognition, that goes
Okay.
to, yes.
Yeah, we have Toyota, but we can't do that.
Okay, I was just giving an example.
No, I'm just kidding, but no, I get it, but all partnerships, yeah, partnership wise, but if there's something out there, what I try to do too, is I'm looking out for the NIA as best I can, so when I'm out there on the street, if someone has a facility, or someone has something that could benefit the staff and Donnie and take something off the books that I know that's not gonna do anything for Playfly, I'm doing that as well.
Nope, it's discussion. Any other questions, discussions? Thank you, Brady.
I just wanna, so the next, executive report that comes out will be in February, that I'll send to Donnie, and I'll, add the companies that we have under contract, are committed, and I'll add a couple of proposals, different price range, so you guys can see, what we're doing. Thanks, Brady.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, well, now we are going to go to item number 12, the liaison report on page 58. All right, give me 1 second. I'd like to remind the board again, this is not a time to dialogue. As I stated at the last meeting, that we are here to listen. I also have asked staff to take notes of the comments in which the liaisons make and to possibly bring back for possible discussion for the board, or if you could just pick up a phone and have conversations with them. So with that said, we will start off with superintendents. Mr. Beck.
Yes, was in fact for the record, superintendent liaison. Last week we had our NAS meeting, and asked if they had anything that needs to be brought up at the board control and restrictions outside of just feeling comfortable with where we're at. And again, thank you for your work. I would kind of suggest, because we're not in it each and every day like you guys are, we're more global. I come to these meetings, I always see the agenda and I think, I'd like to ask for one change on this thing. If superintendent could come at the end, there's many times that one of you will bring something up along the way and I end up having to raise my hand later on and say, oh yeah, that, we'll have a comment. But if we move down around, instead of being first out of the gate, we can clean up at the end with anything, just a suggestion. But no, thank you for your work. We really don't have any big concerns. Donnie came to our group, in November and talked about the different, things that we've had on our radar, like membership dues and those types of things. So I think we're okay. But if something comes up, I'll raise my hand. But just the one suggestion, I don't need to lead, person doesn't need to lead out of the gate. I think we need to hear from each person.
It's out of respect.
No,
All right, we're gonna break order here and I'm gonna let Donnie ask you a question.
Yeah, President Sloan's being nice, let me ask you a question, just for the board's knowledge, respect. With you rolling in life, what is the process and do you need any involvement from the board president, vice president, or the executive director in having a new representative from NAS to this board?
Yeah,
Sorry, that's a
being
loaded
white
question.
and saying that I'm getting old and moving on, right? No, I don't think that we need heavy involvement. So NAS every year in the spring comes up with, the liaison to serve a 2-year, and I know we're at the end of the second year of my seat. I've renewed it the last couple times since Dale Norton was on here. For those that don't know, I announced my retirement from Pershing County School District in November to the board, as I have my 30 years up in the system, and so I won't be sitting at this table, at least in this capacity, in the future, so June will be my last meeting. So if something changed between there, but they'll vote somebody in. I'm not real sure who, unlike before when I was a alternate, we currently do not have an alternate that sits in that.
I'll make a recommendation for a superintendent. I'll leave it at that. All right, next, class 5A Northern Region, Bob Levin.
Bob Levin, North 485A. Well, let me see here. I was going to start off with just some of the work our athletic directors are doing. They're very excited. Again, I know X is going to talk about the NIAA conference that's coming up in February during the state basketball tournament classifications that are held here in the North. Our athletic directors and folks from the North that are involved in coordinating that event are pretty excited about it. I got to see that agenda yesterday, lots of great things. So if you go back to your regions and places and get the word out, if your classifications or not, 5A South, as an example, can make it up here during this basketball tournament for that conference. It's going to be full of a lot of great opportunities, some good presentations, some great opportunities, and I'm stealing your thunder for next. I'll stop, right?
Now he has nothing to say.
No, he's got nothing to say. I share Russ's frustrations. I asked my group, I met with 5A, 4A ADs yesterday and said, anything you want that I want to share. We continue, and we heard from the football officials this morning. Officials continue to be one of the big challenges that we have here in the North. It's impacting most everything we do. Ellen, I think volleyball we got through without having to make a lot of changes, but every other fall sport, the number of changes that we have to make to schedules due to official shortages. Mr. Stallworth asked me for our football schedules so that the Washington County School District can look at how many games were played on Saturdays. Well, our schedule, we don't schedule any games on Saturdays, but you heard the gentleman this morning talk about how many football games were moved to either a Thursday night or a Saturday.
30 plus.
So it affects just beyond our schedules. It continues to affect everything in all aspects of the work that we do. One of the things that we're doing here in the North is we're looking at revising our basketball game times. currently, due to the shortage of basketball officials, in the past where we played all the lower level games at one site and the upper level games at the other site, but you had the same opponents on the same night. We haven't been able to do that for a couple of years now. So we have our lower level games on 2 nights a week. We have our upper level games on a different 2 nights a week. Now, how does that affect everything? It's more transportation. It's less availability in the gyms for practice, less availability in the gym for JROTC or any other events going on at the school. It's just a constant fight for gym space, or because there's so many nights of basketball. We spoke yesterday about girls wrestling and how that's, space for girls wrestling and that additional mat. And so we're looking at changing our basketball start times that we think will increase classroom time. They don't have to leave as early. It's backing them up, and it's also should help us with the officials getting at least one of those extra days moved back. So we're looking forward to that. We're just looking out of the box, trying to make things work for us. And that's my piece again on the officials. I mean, they're invaluable to us, and the shortage is just really, really killing us. One of the things I thought was interesting from our ADs yesterday, the conversation came up about fielding teams and particularly lower level programs. And we know everybody in the state's experiencing the same thing and the difficulty in fielding lower level programs. It came up yesterday specifically with respect to softball. Our softball coaches are already seeing that they're not going to have JV programs come this spring. And so I just said, why not? It was interesting that almost unanimously, they said we're losing spring athletes to lacrosse, which is a club sport, which I thought was pretty interesting, but I thought was good information for the board moving forward and to know what's going on out there with respect to those sports when your kid's school doesn't have a JV softball team and you're looking for your freshman or your sophomore to develop their skills so they can play varsity softball. Maybe, they set the bench for several years on the varsity because there's no JV team. And that's part of the issue that's going on out there. Finally, I can't say kudos enough to the realignment committee in the last realignment cycle. And I want to give you a sense for how things stand after the fall season. And first of all, congratulations to all the fall sports and the state championships out there. But just to run through how it's impacted us here in the north with the new realignment. Cross country, the Northern 5A, we compete in the 5A, and we had competed in the 5A. Spanish Springs won the boys cross country title, state title, and the Carson girls won the girls state cross country title, and that's 5A, and we have been 5A, and we've always competed well in cross country. That's been one of our strengths over the years. Galena boys were third and Minogue boys were second. So we had good success there. Football with that new classification and that out of the box thinking, with 5A Division II, Bishop Minogue won the state championship football game in what I think was I didn't see the game, but score wise, it was more competitive than things have been in the last several years. And so we were happy with that. Girls golf, was a big discussion with the realignment committee and where that was going to land. We've been 5A, we went to 4A. Bishop Minogue won a state championship, and Douglas and Reed were second and third. And I think that was something that the committee probably kind of saw that was possibly going to happen and saw that coming. So I know that'll be a lively discussion going forward. When we were 5A in girls golf, it was the other way around. We were 4th, 5th, and 6th. So. But just for the board's information, so you know what it looks like and what's going on out there. Volleyball, I just put a sad face. We stayed 5A and we went down there again. The 2 North teams were out the first day, and then it was a replay of the South Championship. And congratulations, I think you guys won it, didn't you? So congratulations again to Bishop Gorman and in volleyball, girls volleyball. Soccer, we stayed 5A in the boys. Another sad face on that. We had one team lose 4-2 and the other team lost 5-0 in the semifinals
in boys soccer still being in the 5A. On the girls' side, we went down to the 4A, and congratulations, Tony, to your daughter in McQueen High School. They won the girls' state soccer championship. In a sport near and dear to me, with respect to boys and girls tennis, where we have just been getting our clocks clean for a whole lot of years, and all 4 of my daughter's years, they weren't pretty years, but she was successful at times, so we felt good about it. But boys tennis, Galena High School boys won a state championship. Now, to give you a sense, there's 18 points in the team matches available. And typically our North team loses to a South team 15-3, 16-2, 17-1. They aren't pretty matches. So in the 4A, instead of the 5A, Galena won the state championship. They won it 10-9. No, that doesn't add up to 18. They won it 10-9 because it went to a tiebreak where they went 3-3 in the tiebreak. And after that, it goes to total points in the tiebreak. And Galena won it 29-28.
Over who?
Over him.
No, it was again, I noticed it was North versus South finals in both of them. In both the boys and girls were North versus South finals. Whereas in the past, we were out the first day and it became a South versus South again. So again, I think it's success for what the realignment committee did. On the girls' side, the Reno girls won it. It was 12-6, but again, it was a North versus South championship on the team side. Individual champions, which we haven't seen in the North in quite some time. Galena had a boys doubles team in a North versus South match, win the state championship in boys doubles. Reno had a girls singles player in a North versus South championship, finished second. And Reno had a girls doubles team in a North versus South championship, finished second. So I think just based on that, I wanted to share those specific details with the board, just so you know how things stand, at least after the fall. So nice.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great,
Tony,
thank you.
question for me?
No question. No question. This is just a report. Thank you. All right, you can ask me to break. All right. Sidebar, class 4A, 5A, Tammy Gideon.
Okay, so I get to follow, I love getting to follow him. I'm gonna start off with our positives. Again, I have the sad face with the boys cross country and girls cross country because the North swept it off. So I have those sad faces. Football, I guess I could let you have the congrats on football because the 5A D1 was South, it was Gorman, but 5A D3, big one for me, Legacy. And then Centennial also won the 4A down South. As he stated in girls golf with that huge disparity, we're never gonna make everyone happy, we know it. Coronado, as always, won the 5A girls golf. That was the only thing South did well in golf. And then 4A, not so good either, but 4A, we won, Durango, unfortunately beat Legacy. Boys soccer, congrats to Coronado in the 5A and Sierra Vista won the 4A. Girls soccer, Coronado won the 5A. And then boys and girls tennis, as we all know. 5A, Palo Verde. We all know the powerhouse. I would like to, I agree with him a lot on some of the realignment has very much, I feel like in certain sports, it has definitely leveled the playing field. You know, we talked about just and when we played Galena in football, it was a very close game, 21-14, you know, back and forth the whole game. There's certain sports, we're never gonna have a level playing field, I don't think, no matter what we do. I've gotten a lot of input. I don't know if this is the right time. It's the report when I like you, I send out, you know, what do we have to say? I filter through some of the stuff because some of it's CCSD, some of it's not. One thing I do hear a lot is there's not a big difference anymore between 3A and 4A. So next realignment cycle, that's probably going to come up a lot. We are doing some meetings with our coaches. I know it's a little bit different dynamic with you guys because you're a little bit smaller up here. You know, I try to do a lot of the meetings myself as the liaison, but I have to have people help me because you know,
So good.
I still am an assistant principal and a mom. So, you know, we do these end of the season meetings where we have our coaches, try to get them together with, NIAA representation, just a lot of people to say, how can we make this better? What are your concerns? So that we're not always working, I feel like backwards. So we're doing that, fall meetings, we never actually got to do the football meeting. The rest of the meeting, has been some issues with some cross country, we already dealt with all that, but, I want to get more, I don't know, I don't have the right way to say it, but I'm trying to get more, not just problems, but solutions. Like, bring me more info to give, because we know this group doesn't always make, you know, we don't always know. Some of us, there's very few of us actually, I think, in buildings. So, you know, I'm trying to get more input as far as how can we make this better so that it's not just complaints and get more help, I guess is a better word to say. But with that being said, we did have, playoff venues was a huge thing that was brought up for me, that some of our charter schools maybe don't have appropriate venues to host playoff games. The one that was brought up to me was, I think it was in the 4A football. That I want to say it was Somerset Low-C. They only have one side of the stands. Their fans all knew that. The visiting teams didn't know that. Visiting team gets there, there's nowhere for them to sit. So they're pulling up vans to the fences to watch games. Also on a very busy street. Low-C is a very busy street in North Las Vegas. So it got pretty ugly because they probably, you know, and the person who brought it to me was, you know, he brought up, you know, I'm not saying we should have held it because we weren't necessarily the team that should have hosted, but maybe if they don't have an appropriate venue, it should be a neutral, that's the word I was looking for, neutral site. I had a lot of people bring up, state wrestling. There's a lot of concerns that it's not gonna get done in one day. So what do we have a backup plan? That was brought up, so I'm sure we'll get to that at some point in this meeting. Building teams, that was also, as you talked about, we're struggling in the South, specifically girls sports. My coaches at Legacy, and this was also brought up to me at a few other schools, and I don't know that there's anything we can do about it, just something for the board to think about. You have 3 sports in the wintertime for girls that attract the same type of girl. You have girls basketball, wrestling, and flag football. I know just at my school, I'm using as an example, I had 20 girls come to me that would have played basketball if we didn't have flag the same season. Those are the 2 sports they want to play, but they're the same season. I don't know that there's anything we can do to fix that, but I also think wrestling is also very similar type, you know, that's, you're attracting the same kind of girl athletes, and they're all in the same season. So something to think about. And then the last thing that was brought to me was heading off possible playoff issues that could come up for spring. Obviously, we know the calendar was brought up, and then changing the calendar was brought up and then squashed. But I know golf has been brought up again. I know I brought this up last time. They're worried if we don't start now to try to find somewhere for state, we're not gonna find something because of the time frame and the way things are going to get tee times in Southern Nevada, we're not gonna get. And then also for, and I think I saw it further in the thing, so I'm not gonna go into extreme detail. Just, are we going to big venues again, or are we going to whoever the highest seat is? And the concerns there as far as like home field advantage for a state playoff game. So. That's, I know it's a lot.
It's good. Thank you. Thank you, Tim. All right, Jason Odegaard, 3A.
Jason Odegaard, 3A liaison. Just to start out with the good, we felt like, the fall season was really strong in 3A. There was a lot of great competition. Seemed to be a lot of spread the wealth in terms of championships and good games. Moapa Valley didn't win everything. If you're listening, Dallas. Sometimes that happens. So we felt like it was a really good fall season. I just want to bring up with the NABC, the National Athletic Directors Conference, 3A had a pretty good showing in terms of administrators that went to the conference, so that makes me feel good as president of the league that we have a bunch of people in our league that want to grow and improve and get better, and so that was a really good positive as well. A couple of the same concerns that Tammy just brought up that I've heard. There is concern in the 3A in terms of lack of sub-varsity programs. Sometimes canceling before the season, but oftentimes canceling during the season. And so we're losing B games and JV games. And that is going to exasperate our participation numbers. Because younger kids are getting frustrated. Right now, I think I have 10 B girl basketball games. And we've already played 7 of them, I think. So we have only 3 left as long as all 3 of those hold up. So it's becoming seems to be a little bit more of a problem each year. We lose more and more lower level games every year. Again, I don't have the answer to it, but I think it's something that we really need to dive into at some point. The other concerns brought were wrestling, state wrestling. Same concern was brought to me that she had, how are we ever going to finish all that in one day? And what happens if we don't finish in one day? And then just the concern of, okay, it's one day, but we do have to get hotel rooms the night before, and we're gonna have to get hotel rooms that night because we're not gonna be able to travel back. So those were some of the concerns with state. And then one last concern, this was more of a northern concern this year, but it flip-flops back and forth depending on where state competitions are held. Hotel costs were pretty extravagant for the northern schools during Veterans Day weekend. So when we look at scheduling, when we do our calendar, if there's ways that we can be creative and try to avoid that for schools, they will be appreciative.
That's that too.
Thank you. All right, class 2A, Sean. It's on.
Sean Mazzano's class 2A. I'll try to combine Tammy's report with Ellen so it can be the longest report here today.
There's a
Just kidding, just kidding. Here in the 2A, I'm gonna echo a lot of things from my 4A and 3A friends here. You got my report. I'm not gonna read it word for word because I think everybody can read, but I am going to paraphrase a couple things. We're approaching the coming down the home stretch for these winter sports. We had a really good fall season. We appreciate the NIAA, the board and the staff and the efforts made for the Allegiant Stadium again for the 2A. Congratulations goes out to the Lake Mead Christian Academy. They had a phenomenal football season. They won it. They beat Pershing County in the final. I think there would have been a lot of 3A schools, honestly, in football this year. It's amazing what just a couple kids can do, I guess. We look at my second paragraph. We're looking at us as a 2A as athletic directors. We all work together with things that come up that we have no control over. I have control over the Southern 2A league schedule for basketball, and I created that. And I purposely did not put Lincoln County in Las Vegas during Super Bowl weekend, February 9th and 10th, because the hotel prices are insane. So I thought I was getting ahead of the game there. Well, did not think about a league opponent named Founders Classical Academy who needs to rent a charter bus to come to our school. And there are no charter buses available that weekend for Super Bowl weekend. They get all rented out by corporate America and, as you can imagine, private events and everything. So it just takes some juggling on the schedule. And we also had an issue with 2A Southern Regional Wrestling. It was supposed to be at Lake Mead, again, on Super Bowl weekend, February 10th. We talked to the staff, talked to Donnie and Bart, and we moved that to Alamo, Nevada on February 10th, one day only, and for the Southern 2A Regional Wrestling. And that gets enough people there. Obviously, it's not in Las Vegas. It's a one-day event. So again, we work together on these things. Congratulations goes out to North Tahoe High School. I don't know how we're ever gonna beat them in girls and boys cross country. They won it again. As Donnie was there and saw that. North Tahoe also also won the state volleyball state title. They knocked off Green Valley Christian, who was a new 2A addition this year, to the 2A South. And, yeah, North Tahoe also wins the 2A girls golf title. Down in Southern 2A, we have some problems and issues, much like Jason said, lack of sub-varsity, especially now in the winter season. JV girls basketball is non-existent in the Southern 2A. And Mrs. Sloan, she approached that earlier with the school seeking membership where, you know, we allowed some schools into the 2A this year or last year for this realignment cycle, and everything's promised on paper. You'll have JV girls, and both schools that we added do not have JV girls. In fact, out of 9 teams in our region, only 3 of us schools have JV girls. So you ask yourself, well, what's a JV girls team look like in 2A? It looks like 3 or 4 freshman girls and 3 or 4 sophomore girls. You got about 6 or 7, maybe 8. So you ask yourself, why don't you just ask Jason to schedule some freshman front girls against Lincoln County's JV girls? That's great, but my district doesn't want to send a bus to Pahrump with 8 girls on it. And then I can't get any boys games because we're all full. Again, some of these schools are canceling right before the season starts. Schedule's already booked, referees issues. So that's just an ongoing struggle, I believe, that we're having. Girls wrestling this winter is a hit still, at least in the Southern 2A. A lot of girls wrestling, a lot of participation, I'd say. One issue we had with our lone Clark County school, Laughlin, is they're getting a new turf field on their baseball, softball fields. So Laughlin will not have any home baseball or softball games this spring. So we've worked with Needles High School, and Ken Parker's been great to allow Laughlin to use Needles' field for a couple home games, especially their senior night. So kind of helped orchestrate that bridge between Needles and Laughlin. Also, the spring break, in 9 schools in the Southern 2A, we're all on different spring break schedules, as you can imagine. So we just send out the memo saying chances are you're playing on spring break or you're going to play somebody on their spring break. Just set up all your family vacations around that if you can. Last paragraph there. We're getting the spring schedules finalized, obviously. The lack of JV, we talked about that. As you know, we pushed, well, Democracy Prep Medals went to 3A and became instantly successful in a lot of sports. But the ones we gathered, there's a definitely the haves and the have-nots in the Southern 2A. And we're looking to that to kind of see what we can do to get those other schools to kind of help build their programs. Talked to Mike Brooks, he's the president of Northern 2A out of Pershing County. They got a 10-team league up there in the Northern 2A, and it's very difficult on transportation and scheduling. He says it's working out for the most part, but as you can see later on in this, or you saw in the public comment, 2A versus 3A soccer in the North has been a major issue. A lot of complaints piled his way. Huge gap still, I guess, in that. Other than that, middle of my report. Sorry. Okay.
Simon, would you start all over from the beginning?
Yeah. Now it's Linda's cue to have me dance up here. I'm not gonna do it.
I have notes from all of this, Sean.
Thank you. I appreciate that. In closing, we have tried with our sportsmanship award. I know some people enjoy these stories. We had a JV basketball game at our gym not too long ago, a couple Saturdays ago with Laughlin High School, and a special needs player on the JV boys team. And it was pretty phenomenal to see that he scored a couple shots, and then we had our own team rebounding for him and handing him the ball so he could keep scoring or attempting to score. And it's stuff like that that kind of makes it all worth it, I think, in the long run. Looking forward to the conference in February with X, and that's all I got for my report.
All right, thank you. All right, Class 1A, David Vick.
Mine won't be as long. I just want to say congratulations to Smith Valley for winning the volleyball and Eureka for winning the football titles. I also want to say thanks to everyone that hosted everything and helped put it all on. It's a task if you haven't been involved with it, jump in and see how much work goes into it, because it takes a lot of effort. Winter sports are going well, good as it can be. We're quite fortunate. We've only had one day of game cancellations because of weather this year. We have the same problems, only worse, because for JV sports, because we're only sending 60 kids. We maintain our boys basketball and our girls basketball, but there's nobody to play. So then you are scrapping, trying to find something for them to do. As far as the upcoming times, for the spring sports, the only thing we're hoping for is better weather than last year. And that's all I got.
All right, thank you. All right, private schools, Domingo Rivera.
Rivera, private school liaison. We don't have much. We want to say congratulations to all the private schools that competed at all different levels, from 1A on up, and they've done fairly well across all divisions. The biggest concern that we've had, besides some of the transfer things that we were discussed, were private schools, that is education for the athletic directors and the people doing the transfers, so that the families that they are dealing with have the appropriate information before they make decisions, so that they can't be the I don't know, or it told me, and stuff like that. And because when you're dealing with the smaller private schools, there's some turnover, that those new ADs aren't educated in the rules and able to communicate that to their families. So they have an educated decision being made, as opposed to what they think is best right now without the consequences of what can possibly happen.
Well, that doesn't mean to just go to the.
But I'm speaking for the private schools in this matter. But yeah, so that would be the biggest thing, is just having, and I know we've offered, NIAA has offered education, and a lot of people don't take it because their days are too busy, or they don't think it's important. Until it is important, they're not getting people cleared because they're misunderstanding what the rules actually are. So I think the training of current ones as well as new ones, would be beneficial, just because we don't want to have situations where we're attacked at the board level for rules that have been in place and have been established and have pre-existing cases that have already determined what is going to happen. And they think that their case is specifically different from those other cases. And so having a better education from the athletic side, athletic directors, to the parents at their current school and at the school they're trying to go to as well. If the current school doesn't know, the school they're trying to go to should know the rules just the same. And just educating those newer athletic administrators and stuff so that they can communicate prior to the transfer. So we have less communication about why and all the questions that go along with the transfer. All right, that's it for the private school.
Good point, thank you. All right, charter schools, Dave Henneman.
Dave Hammond, Charter Liaison. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Somerset Sky Point for winning both the boys and girls for a cross-country state championship, and also the Slam for being the state finalists in both football and boys soccer. We did have a meeting in October. We talked a little bit about, some of the concerns that were brought up. Making sure they follow through with schedules. I know Donnie came down to that meeting too, and that talk. One thing that was brought up earlier was they said about track, like schools don't have track, and we're talking about that this next coming meeting in next week about helping CCSD schools pay for track meets. Winter seasons are in full swing right now with league play already going. Matter East and Pinecrest Cadence, we both hosted girls flag football tournaments, which is something that we both saw as a need. As we know, there was only 2 flag football tournaments that were actually going on. Like there's one in Birch Valley and one in Shadow Ridge, but then some of the smaller schools came to both the Matter East one and ours at, Pinecrest Cadence. So, you know, what facilities we have, we're opening up, and trying to do tournaments, and they want to step on anybody's toes, we're like basketball tournaments right now. Because, you know, Lakeview Christian, and there's a lot of other schools that already have established. Like I said, our next charter school AD meeting is gonna be on Thursday, January 25th at Matter East at noon, so. It's a charter.
Thank you. All right, Nevada Athletic Directors Association, Xavier Anfield.
All right, so I'm gonna, actually, I know everybody got on their section a document, but I'm gonna give you the updated, most beautiful agenda that has the most updated, information on there. So I just wanna make sure everybody's got that. So
Yeah.
if you look on page 61 on in the board packet, you'll see some highlights. I'll just tell you that we had the National Athletic Directors Conference in Florida, which President Sloan was given the NFHS citation, one of 8 athletic in the nation. It was pretty cool, great little luncheon. And so I'm just gonna tell you right now, in the NIAA, Nevada is really growing. We had over 40 athletic directors, administrators in our state that attended, and the participation in the various committees is growing immensely. So there's a lot of great kudos, a lot of great things going on based on everything that we're doing. So if you look, we had Tim Jackson, who actually presented a workshop. You'll see you had 4 delegates that all represent the state of Nevada. We have more people on national committees than Nevada's ever had. And we just added Mike Cofer and Tony Morales on 2 different national committees. So again, just on the expanse that Nevada's reaching at the national level has been amazing. And I already mentioned with Pam receiving that NFHS citation again, just it's showing how the great things that Nevada's got going on and the good people that we have in Nevada. If you look at the NATA conference agenda, you'll see that we span 3 days. We're a little bit different, and we got thrown a little curveball with some of the state basketball tournaments. We're going business as usual, and we're going to continue to expand our offerings. And what you'll see is when you look at our offerings, so we have workshops on that Thursday over at Reed High School. And before we even start everything, we're going to try to get some more people certified to take the CAA exam. You'll see that we have a national speaker that's going to talk to us. And then we've got Ray Rollins and Pam and Donnie there to talk to us. More information to come about exactly what we're going to talk to us, but more of a state of the union. As you look at the workshops, predominantly what you'll see is we've got people from the north and we've got people from the south tag team. All right, oftentimes you hear too often about there's a north look and a south look. We're trying to bring everybody together, and what better way than to have presenters work together and really show that Nevada's united. As you look down, we do have some LTI courses, so we definitely encourage you to take LTI courses. If you're a brand new athletic director, brand new athletic administrator, I strongly encourage you to take 502. 502 is the nuts and bolts of being an athletic director and athletic administrator. It is taught by your own people, and we actually have Everett Kalapola from Utah. He's the Noble School District, and he is now the board member replacing me on the NIAA, and he's actually going to come out to our conference to teach one of the classes. So pretty big deal. If you look at Friday, everything's going to be held at the Lawler Event Center. We'll have our vendors that'll come out. So great an opportunity maybe for you to make some connections to get us over that 550 level. But during that time, we've got presenters, we've got more workshops. You'll see some names that will come out to you. We talked about DEIB. So we've got Shanoa Davis that's going to lead that. Kevin McPartland, who's on our board, is doing a tremendous job. And we've got Washoe County, Tony Montgomery, fantastic. 3 individuals that are going to do some great things for us. Of course, we've got Paul Anderson is going to give us kind of a breakdown of maybe some legal issues that we've seen here in our own state. And then, of course, we're going to do our awards and everything. Thrilled to have Bob Levitt, who's going to be recognized as one of our distinguished service members for all the great work that he's done in this great state. So kudos to Bob Levitt for service. I think once we do our awards and everything, I think the biggest thing, and I know we've talked Tammy and Bob and everything, and I really want to impact the 1A, the 2A, and the 3A, is those league meetings that we have that are available from 2:30 to 3:30. I think it's of utter importance, especially going to that realignment piece, that all our north members and south members get together in a room and talk about the different issues and concerns and come joint and united when they do attack that realignment committee, so that everybody's on the same page and fighting the same fight, to make sure that we're getting any issues or concerns on the table now, and let's come up with solutions now. I think that was one of the words that was used over here, because that's what we're all about. That's what we're all about, education-based athletics. Let's come up with some solutions. So a great time to meet and get that going. And then Saturday morning, we just finish off with a couple more opportunities for some classes, some coursework, just to help make our athletic administration, athletic director strong. Thank you, Ms. Long.
No, thank you. Well done. Well done. All right, the next one, Nevada Fish Association, Alan Townsend.
Thank you, Ellen Townsend, officials liaison. My report's on 62, 63, 64. Just have a few little, I don't know what to call them, details at the end, but I thank you for letting me make this report to the board. Still have, kind of three major concerns and issues: retention, recruitment, sportsmanship, and compensation. Our recruitment, retention, we still continue to have a shortage of officials in all the sports, in all geographical areas throughout the state. I know FNOA's partnership has been really successful in letting them increase their numbers, but experience can't be replaced overnight. Same can be said for most of the associations. We can get new people in, but number one, if they're not available for early games, it doesn't help us a lot. And unless they bring experience, we're talking years to get them up to a certain point. Sportsmanship, I put a link in there again related to the NFHS playbook, recruiting, retaining officials, and addressing behavior in sport. If you haven't had a chance to look at that, it is out there for all of you to take a look at. The NIAA's first Officials Appreciation Week was held October 14th through 21st. Seems like that was quite a long time ago, but I think it went pretty well for the first time offering the Appreciation Week. I know I heard from various associations about all the schools that recognize football, soccer, volleyball officials, and the appreciation that was shown through certificates, goodies, personal thank yous, and other things that were shown by students and coaches towards officials. I mean, I even went to a match where the visiting team provided us with something. It wasn't even the home team. So we had, what I would say, a lot of photos taken and shared with the NIAA. The Winter Official Appreciation Week is going to be January 22nd to the 27th. Hopefully we'll have another good outpouring and showing of appreciation for officials. The third concern, at least from the officials associations, NFOA, the Northern Nevada Football Officials Association, I won't go into that. Again, they made their presentation. They have their concern. They have youth football paying higher fees. I think that's one of their bigger issues, paying higher fees than what they are paying high school or close to it. So that's causing officials to make a decision to do youth sports. When they can do 2 or 3 of those games in a row on a day, they make that decision and they don't do high school. Another concern the Southern Nevada officials have is basically their travel or lack of travel mileage reimbursement if their officials are traveling, say, over 40 miles round trip to a contest. And again, they like to try to continue to negotiate with the Clark County School District on some sort of plan to address the mileage reimbursement so that their officials are compensated for the gas and their time traveling to contests. All other associations are compensated for travel, 40 plus miles round trip to contests. And so they would just like to see the SNOA compensated similarly to other officials associations. We do still have delinquent schools or school districts not paying their pre-bill on time. Some of those school districts aren't paying until December, which makes it really tough for some of the associations to pay their officials. Lyon County School District was really late paying soccer and volleyball in the north, not until late December. And that for soccer, they couldn't pay their officials until they got that check, which kind of hurts recruitment and retention when people aren't getting paid. We have some other schools that I kind of mentioned here. We have some, we'll just call them repeat offenders. It's hard for sometimes associations to find out who is the contact person at the school or the district office. We generally send the invoice to the athletic director or maybe someone in a school district if we have made that contact. But as you guys attested to, there was a lot of turnover. Seems like there's turnover in the beginning of the year. It's the fall sports that don't know, who's the AD. It doesn't get, that bill just doesn't get to the right person. So we've kind of talked together as associations to maybe there could be a central place where schools could update information. And I know Mr. Biesmeyer puts out his email list that tells us, who are the ADs in charge, but with the turnover, sometimes that just doesn't get updated. So that's something we generally need to really work on, is to try to find out, who the person is to send the bill to. We talked a little bit about schedules. This isn't in my report, but schedules with schools dropping, like last year, football, volleyball, they dropped either their JV teams or their freshman teams, which means a whole rearranging of the schedule. And sometimes those schools try to then want to play them earlier than they would be. We try to stay with the set times for the varsity. So if the freshman was at 4 and the JV was at 5 and the varsity was at 6, we try to stay with the 5 and 6 if they drop the freshman, not start JV at 4 and varsity at 5. That just means less officials available to do the varsity matches. We did have a couple schedule changes related to the ellipse this year. You guys remember that way back in September or whatever it was, various hotels were booked. And so some schools could not meet that and we had to make some changes for that. And there is a little bit of a trickle down effect with like 5A football. I think you mentioned if the games need to get changed to another night, sometimes that means football or volleyball then has to get changed to another night. So it's a little bit of a domino effect there. Couple other items. In partnership with state associations, this is my item number 4. There were 7 NFL teams, clubs that recognized youth and high school football officials across their states in September, October, November, and Nevada had some recognition of that. September, that there was a crew of the month. In October, there was a crew of the month, and in November, there was a crew of the month. And I kind of detailed what those were down below. The crew of the month in September was a group out of Las Vegas that were recognized for handling a very tough football game. In October, the crew of the month was on Veterans Day, and they recognized a group of officials out of the SNOA that had a combined 184 members in that SNOA that had military experience. So that was pretty cool, 184 people. And then there was a Legends crew that was formed mainly of Northern Nevada football officials. And they had over 200 years of experience in football. And those people are listed on page 64. And then finally, the Raiders recognized all of these different people by offering them a game ticket to the Denver Broncos Raiders game on January 7th. And I think there were about 11 football people that were able to make that trip and were recognized throughout the stadium on the media board and other things like that. And lastly, some very successful postseason events reported by the officials for fall sports. A lot of good experiences, really appreciative. Even all the work they may have to do, like, David Vick over at Smith Valley had to do a little bit extra that maybe he wasn't aware of, but really good reports from associations on the hosts of those sporting events. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, ladies. If you don't have anything, it's all good. We're gonna start with Region 1 student.
Yes, I don't have much to report, but I've heard some great things, some great feedback from NIAA this year, so thank you. Also, a lot of students have come up to me asking about playoff tickets, wondering if there's anything we can do about having students not pay, and if wondering if there's a reason why students have to pay for playoff tickets. So thought I'd just something about that. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, Region 2 and 3, Tara Carter.
Okay, so I'm from one, so that's like super small, in case you're wondering, but I said that last year. Anyway, some of these concerns might be only specific to one, and I'm not sure, just because I don't know what it's like outside. I mean, I know what it's like outside of Lund, but like school wise. So, since we last met, I have lost one from my graduating class, so that makes my whole class 8. And, which is actually big for our high school, so that's good. So I mentioned this last meeting, but in the 1A division, it's overall good. As for my peers, we're a little bit concerned about the overall future of our school. We haven't been at risk of closing down since I was in 6th grade, and I'd like to keep it that way. So we're not like super concerned about it, just I think that. I'm also involved in student council as well as athletics, so I asked my current advisor if she had any concerns, and I actually have a couple of them that she texted me. So she said, the only things I can really think of is activities, especially like sports, are hard at our small school because we have to beg people to play, or at least depend on most to play, whether they want to or not. Another thing is, I was thinking is distance to travel to other schools. For example, this weekend, we have a game in McDermott, and I don't know if you guys know where that is, but it's in Oregon. And that is about a 6 or 7 hour bus ride for me from one. So that's pretty far. And then she said, also, I don't think we have as many options for classes to choose from because we have so few teachers. We don't have very many extracurricular activities besides sports, like we don't have a theater clubs or anything like that. And then we have both a boys and girls basketball team, which is good for us. The boys have about a dozen on their team, which is JV and varsity combined, so that's good that they have a JV this year. And for girls, we have 7, no JV, and I'm not sure Lund has ever really had a JV. As a freshman, I played on varsity, so we've always just played at the varsity level. But yeah, 7 combined, which is not, it doesn't sound like a lot, but it's better than some years. And then one thing I wanted to mention, just to bring up, I guess, Lund and White Pine do a thing called a senior presentation, and I don't know if, I know that a lot of schools like in Clark County don't do a senior presentation, but I just kind of wanted to talk about it a little bit. I actually did mine yesterday, and it's basically you talk about what you've done with your high school career and what you plan to do after high school. And there's a couple little things like they ask you about budgeting and they ask you about insurance. And basically it's a semester-long class. It's called Senior Achievements. And they teach you about that type of thing. They teach you how to deal with money, and they teach you like how to apply for scholarships, how to apply for grants, how to fill out the FAFSA, things like that, that I think are really important. And I just thought, I don't know, that was interesting. Lund does it. I know White Pine does it. I'm not sure if anybody else in this room does it, but yeah. Also, congratulations to Smith Valley for taking volleyball, and Eureka for football. I only know that just because of the gold packets, because I'm the division vice president, so they sent like, oh yay, we won. Anyways, although you already mentioned that, but yeah, that's all I have.
Sarah, what's the name of that? You said you did your presentation. What was the name of the process? What was it called?
So the class is called Senior Achievements.
Yeah, right. What was, so there's something else before that you said, I think?
Well, the presentation is just called Senior Presentation.
Oh, that's all it's, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, Region 4.
Okay,
Sarah, how do you say your last name?
Sandra Brennan.
Yeah, that's what I said. I know.
Okay, well, so I'm the 5A vice president for NIAA, and those are schools with over 2,000 students, so that's only in the South. So they're all doing pretty good. I know their clubs are very active and they're doing great, and like lately they've been starting to interact with each other. Like I know at Clark High School, I'm the student body vice president there, so I'm in charge of monthly CNO meetings. I keep like the clubs and organizations along with each other, and then I also talk to like my athletic director often,
because she has her own like sports leadership class, so I just like update everyone on that. So that's pretty like useful. I know a lot of other schools are implementing that. And then congratulations to Sierra Vista for taking on boys state championships. And then, the only real concern that like I had found, was like, I don't know if it's like all of CCSD or just Clark High School, but in the first semester, we had like, if you had more than 7 unexcused absences, then you automatically failed that class, and like, you could pass with like an A and you automatically failed, but like, they dropped that now to like where it affects only athletes, like, and athletes aren't usually the ones that are ditching, which is why they like brought this up. So they just wanna know why they're being like targeted specifically, like why is it only athletes and not just everyone in the school that automatically happens to? So that was like the only problem with, the South from what I.
Ladies, I want to thank you. Those were great reports. Thank you so much. All right, NIAA Control, Board President, myself, I just have a couple things. I know Sean brought this up earlier. I would publicly like to thank Ken Parker at Needles, the athletic director, because of the situation at Laughlin. They lost their field. I mean, they lost the baseball softball field because of construction. It's currently being redone, and they have graciously stepped up and they're going to play their home games there. We cannot thank them enough for what they're doing. So again, Ken Parker, you're amazing. Thank you very much. A second thing I just want to talk about is that SB 196. I know I've talked to Donnie, I've talked to Paul, but just to keep it on all of our radar, that's a twofold Senate bill that had passed. And the number one is about the club sports, about the NIAA has to create a document for coaches to complete before July 1st, saying, okay, I coach club, these are the kids that play club for me, so on and so forth. And again, I just want to put it out there. Again, Donnie and I have had this conversation. And the second part of 196 is a 5th-year senior. And that is going to end spring of 2025. And I don't know if there needs to be any additional communication from the NIAA. But again, I'm just bringing that forth just as a conversation, keep it on your radar. As I said earlier in my report, I've asked the NIAA staff to take note of some of the comments that the liaisons have said, and I want to bring some of them back, comments that were made at the last board meeting. One comment was about communication, turnaround time of transfer. I know that's a hot topic, and we hear it all the time in the South. Oh my God, it's taking so long for these kids to get eligible. What's going on? Well, people don't know the backstory. We hear criticism about the NIAA and their turnaround time and everything else. I can explain the part of CCSD. I don't need to, because that wasn't the comment that was made at the board. I would like for maybe Lori at a board meeting to maybe share what her experience is and what she's going through with transfers. You know, what is taking so long? And you're gonna be surprised. I mean, you're not gonna be surprised, but I think it's time. Lori's getting hit quite a bit. And well, so are we in the South. But I think it's time that maybe, like I said, Lori comes forth and explains a couple things and maybe gives a presentation to the board, the process, the timeline, what's occurring, because those of us that are in the schools or in the districts, we get it, we understand it. Those of you that are not, you know, because the only alternative right now that we hear, oh, heck with it, let's have a one-time transfer. That's not going to solve our problem. So I'm going to highly recommend that takes place. And I know that was concerned by a liaison. Challenges with member charters, last minute changes, cancellation, facility issues. Tammy brought that up, but I know that's part of it. We're going to talk a little bit about that later on in the board packet. Fall state playoff situations, site locations. I still have heartburn. Day 2 of golf, tee time at noon. We only got in 16 holes. That's not right. That's not right for kids. We have to solve that problem. That has to be a solvable problem. And then also I know a comment was made that frustrated that playoffs are being held outside of Las Vegas, outside of even Nevada. And I know in some situations, it's not the first time we've done that. And I know Donnie and I bantered about what we're going through right now with wrestling, because I didn't add $60,000 to my budget request last year because I have to transfer kids now to Laughlin. So I'm having to have that conversation with my superintendents. I know also that the realignment, the question is about the protected schools. Is it time that in the 3A, we eliminate that? Because trust me, those teams are just as competitive as some of the 4A schools. Just a couple other things, and again, Donnie and I have talked about a lot of these things, but I just want to bring them forth. And I think I bring them up all the time too, is about the committees. There have been established committees for years, as long as I've been a part of the board with the NIAA, but it lingers. And I'm glad to see that some of the committees are coming back. I think it's important that we reconvene the sportsmanship. There's a lot of things going on. I know right now we put forth the regulation about the 2-game suspension. I know that hasn't come back from the LCB, but there's other things we need to talk about. The bench clearing regulation, I think we need to re-entertain that. I don't believe it should go through rules and regulations. I think it needs to go through the sportsmanship. I know I had asked that it come back to the board. We have a quick conversation that didn't take place, but it's going to be at the regulation thing. That's fine. But these committees need to be reconvened. There's a lot of committees, and not having time isn't a reason to not have these committees, because there's a lot of things going on that we need resolutions to. And finally, David, thank you for bringing that up. I too, charter schools, there's pretty much all charter schools, really, you don't have a track, okay? And who pays the bills in track? CCSD, Gorman, and Faith. Because Gorman has a track, Faith has a track, and we flip the bills. It's quite a bit of money. And I would like the opportunity to sit down with you and Donnie, because I know Donnie oversees charter schools and the private schools. I remind him all the time of that. But I need some help and assistance financially, because we do that in swimming. Because in swimming, CCSD, we schedule the facilities, we pay the facilities, we pay the SNOA. However, at the end of the season, we bill Gorman, we bill Faith, we bill the charter schools that participate, so that helps offset the cost there too. So I would really like to sit down with you guys before you have that meeting, and maybe I should attend your meeting and we can talk about the financial, because money's tough. I mean, I just got a bill, I heat the pool, and I'm saying this publicly. I actually paid for the heating of the pool in Mesquite, so Virgin Valley, Moapa don't have to come to Las Vegas. That's a $14,000 cost. So if that cost increases, I may not be able to afford that, and I might have to bus them in. So, you know, I appreciate, David, you bringing that up, if we can have that. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you very much, Mr. Nelson.
All right, thank you. That was page 65 and 66. You can see nationally, we're not a whole lot different than the other 50 state associations underneath the NFHS umbrella. That includes District of Columbia, they're 51st. So these are some of the topics, and when we go to, this is the agenda. Well, the agenda is gigantic. This is one portion of the agenda from the winter meeting just conducted a couple of weeks ago. And everybody sends in their topics, so I'm gonna highlight a few of these. If at any time anybody wants any explanation or expansion on it, please don't hesitate to ask me. I'm happy to do that. I'm just gonna only, again, highlight a couple answers to these things. Not right now, this is a report, right? But at any time, you want me to bring something back, and you want me to discuss something or put as a director's report and give you more detailed information, I'm happy to do. So, thank you again to all our liaisons, including our students, for being here. This is wonderful. We've got all 3 in attendance, and your parents are willing to let you travel or bring you here. Fantastic, and I know this is going to grow. I'm gonna touch on that. Don't even forget to touch on that before I can move forward. So here we go. And some of the other things that we talked about will come up later in the agendas. Transfers, right? We have this meeting started on January 25th. We are, sorry if I'm gonna offend anybody, we're basically the only state that does not offer a form of one-time transfer free and clear. We're about the only one. There's much public comment regards to bullet point number 3 under transfers, mental health hardship. Interesting, right? We just got that public comment here on our agenda. That is a big concern in how people are amending their transfer rules. One time, free go, we'll talk about that in our committee and how language may or may not be inserted into people's transfer rules. So sorry to scare all of us if that's actually there. Girls wrestling, hot debate about the sanctioning of the sport of girls wrestling, which is a real concern in our state with regards to finances and mats and availability and practice time and gym space and all that. I know our 4A, 5A, and other people just talked about this in their meeting. And where state associations are going in terms of sanctioning, not just including a division for girls wrestling, but actually sanctioning girls wrestling. In that means that girls compete against girls only, period, end story. There's not any crossover. And are there enough girls in states to justify that? Are there finances to hire a coach, provide true practice and quality facilities with boys wrestling compared to girls wrestling, just like boys basketball compared to girls basketball? Mat space, pay for officials, dual meets, tri meets, what does exist? There are a lot of states that don't have the answers any more than we do right now about where they're going to go with girls wrestling because numbers are climbing. They're doubling almost year to year. Our numbers this year compared to last year double. From last year to the year before, double. I would expect we'll see before it levels out a little bit, probably one more double next year. But right now we have a girls division within the framework of state wrestling in Nevada. You'll see that our state championship meets towards the end of February. So where we go with girls wrestling, we're still in the second year of a 3-year evaluation process. State championships, facilities, we'll get into that when I talk about our tournament locations and the postseason guide. It's one of another agenda items, but you can see again some of the other topics that are in there. Sportsmanship, ongoing, what people do with sportsmanship rules and regulations. NFHS network, we're all part of that. We've signed an agreement for the network. We're part of that. Other states are, we have 46 of the 51 state associations now part of the NFHS network. Eventually, probably in our 2 or 3 years down the road, I expect that we'll see some major financial revenues for our association, the way the network is growing. So again, to all our Clark County schools, thank you for having those in the facilities. Washington County schools do not. I hope at some point we can get those on a regular basis. You can get a contract in Washington County and the NFHS network. Same thing with all of our individual schools, and a lot of our private charter schools do. Some of our smaller enrollment schools and districts do have the NFHS network and pixel cameras in there. So that could be the more schools we have on board, the more revenue it's going to generate. And I think again, we're about 3 years away from seeing some significant revenue. Coach certifications, right? People actually use the model that we have in Nevada for coaching certification requirements. That's an agenda item coming up actually next about one other aspect of coach certifications. But Nevada has actually been, and we've done it for a very long time. Kudos to Mr. Biesmeyer for that. People are actually following our model and certifying coaches. So good there. Technology, we don't have an IT staff. A lot of states have 1 or 2 full-time IT people. That's all they do. They do social media. They create platforms. They merge things like Activate, Final Forms. I'm missing one. What did I just miss? Activate, Final Forms. Oh my gosh. Arbiter, thank you. State associations have probably 50% of state associations have people on dedicated to doing just that, to merging everything together so not use different components. Would it benefit our state to have one big platform which everything goes through? Absolutely. We have not gotten to the point where Activate and Final Forms can all do the same thing. Arbiter can do the same thing, pick up the pieces from Fish Select. We're not there yet, but amazing. What you have a staff of 22 people, what state associations can do. Transgender policies. Every state has left it to their legislature. We're not getting involved at the state association level. I don't expect schools get involved. I don't expect districts get involved. We'll come back in the next session to us about what may happen. And basically, we have 24 of the 51 state associations have a policy that goes to the birth certificate. And that's where you play. No exceptions. Interesting. I know it's coming to Nevada. I'm not trying to stir up anything. I'm sorry. But people ask the question all the time. Where's Nevada? And I said, well, we'll leave it to our legislature. All right, the media credentialing, that's actually another item coming up. I put that on there. You can see that. I'll report on that. That's a recommendation from our board president to bring that forward, talk about that and make it easier in schools or what other states do. So I'll report on that later. Name, image, and likeness. We're in a really good spot with where we are that you cannot benefit financially from your name, image, and likeness so long as you are not representing your sport or your school or the association. We're very sound in our regulation. I'm happy with where we are, kind of the middle ground. There are states more and more, little by little, that are growing to where students can benefit financially from their name, image, likeness. I mean, they can go do commercials and get paid for it, even represent their school. We're not there yet. There are still other states, a minority on the other side of it, that can't do any NIL benefits, even through social media, and their own platforms. There is no way our small office staff can control that. We don't have a compliance department in the NIAA. How would we monitor and check that? I have no idea, but anyways, you got a few states that say free for all, go make a bunch of money. Does that cause recruiting issues? That's all debatable. Other small groups, associations on the complete other side of the spectrum that you can't do anything. We're gonna try and track you, find you. We can't do that. We're somewhere right in the private, right in the middle of that. Let's see, I think, yeah, there we go. That's enough for today on that, but again, if any time you want to bring something forward, again, to our liaisons as well, you want something on the agenda, Donnie, would you please bring this up? If it's not my report directly or an agenda item, based on a principal request agenda, just let me know. I'm always available to get some. Thank you. There's a lot of fun stuff ahead for, the next director who gets to step in. I hope I can be a resource for that person to whatever ability that person wants. So.
All right, thank you, everybody. How about we take a 10-minute break?
Yes.
Reconvene at.
Did I say that? I think I did. That sounds interesting.
That's 3:45.
Ready?
Yeah, I see. 16. Everybody, just to kind of give you a lay of the land for the rest of the day, we're gonna get through 13 up next. And then through 15, the financial reports, you can hear that on one. Depending on where we are after 15, the financials, we might just break right then for the rest of the day. We've got dinner reservations, those join us tonight at 5:45. In the main restaurant area called Chicky and Pete's.
Oh, that's.
I got a reservation there. Is that what that is?
That's a sports book.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
not
it's
the
supposed to be
sports
good.
book,
No,
it's right in front next.
Next-
Yeah.
It's
Sports
good.
book.
Okay,
Not
we're not
down
all
there.
eating in a
It's
sports.
in the-
In Domingo's one?
But you can't see the
Yes,
TV.
yeah,
so that's good.
It's like an $8,000
I'll bring some steaks.
All right. So yeah, we got a reservation for 16 people, 5:45 chicken feet. Let's,
Look at that.
we'll get through 13,
Look at that,
15,
mine.
maybe
Look at that,
16.
there's
Just
mine.
cast it. All right.
All right.
Laura, we going?
Sure,
All right.
good. All right. Deanna is on a roll. I'm sorry. All right, all is good. All right, we're gonna go to number 13, NFHS CPR AED course on page 67.
All right, I know from the staff. I'm the referee in this. This is a staff item. Great. What is it? So, this is online versus hands-on, all right? Those are our two opponents. We've got online training, we've got hands-on training. It'll make sense here in a second on page 67. Let's go to page 68. As I mentioned, the Nevada Coach Education Program is actually quite the model for all other state associations. Many of them have started with kind of our model dating back to, Jay, when did we start this? This was 98, our first year, basically. Yeah, 97, 98, our first year. Okay, so it dates back to that. Other state associations are actually starting to follow what we do, and I love it. But we have one real interesting dilemma. And so if you notice down there, the program information, bottom half of page 68, B, all coaches in addition to A above the requirements, we've got this current CPR certification. Inherent with CPR is hands-on or online is the AEDs, right? And practicing that as well. So we've got all these different, you got machines to try and practice and know how to do it. You've got CPR to make sure you know either hands-on how to do it. Well, the NFHS, if I now turn your attention to page 70, the NFHS recently introduced a online version that would, in essence, based on the way our requirements are written for the Nevada Coach Education Program, satisfy the CPR AED use by a virtual presentation, not hands-on. Everything that we've done in our office to be satisfying the coach education program requirements have been really, what does the NFHS do, right? The NFHS endorses it, we're gonna endorse it, good enough. You know, we've got the sports first aid, we've got the NFHS fundamentals of coaching, et cetera, et cetera. So when the NFHS put this online version course out, we said, you know what, why this makes sense, let's make this count towards certification. Well, we have a philosophical debate about is online as good as hands-on? I won't speak for the two districts that are sitting right here, but I know Clark County and Washoe County would not allow an online class to satisfy, it's still gotta be hands-on. So the question to all of you here is, and I can engage staff if they want to engage or not, is do we leave it as it is and say districts can always be more restrictive? Schools themselves can always be more restrictive than our minimum regulations? Or do we say, I'm sorry, that one particular NFHS course is not good enough. We're gonna mandate that everybody has to go hands-on. And again, I realize that some of our more rural communities and schools may not have that option to even be trained. And so what does that mean? Are we putting undue influence on, you know, smaller enrollment schools and districts? Personally, I
Tammy,
whatever.
let me, Tammy, hang on, let me just. make
Yeah,
this
no, of
clear.
course, of course.
We have regulation, we allow our regulations, the NIAA regulations, that if the district wants to be strict or a school, then what the regulation reads, you know, we have the right to do that.
Correct.
You know, you're absolutely right. Before we proceed with this, CCFD would never, ever allow an individual to do an online CPR. That's, X works with our human resources and health services, and that has been embedded in us, you know, so, yeah, and I think that's the same. All right, Tammy?
I guess mine's like a question and a comment. My question would be, why at NFHS all of a sudden is allowed? Cause I guess because I've dealt with it personally, where we've had to do life saving a few times. I guess we all know online is not the same. Like you don't have to pay attention. You don't, I mean, even on a Zoom call, some of us are done in 10 minutes. I'll blatantly honest, I'm one of those. That's why I always attend in person when I can, because I lose that concentration. Also on an online class, you don't know who's taking the test. You don't know who's at the, there's so many things online that I feel like just you can't control. And I feel like leaving it how it is. Now I understand the world deals with a lot different things than we deal with. But what in the NFHS, why did they change it? Is there any, do you know?
Yeah, Nine notes from the staff. The NFHS always wants to provide as many resources as possible to state associations to be able to help their schools be more successful and safe. Safety, health, and well-being are the three top triangles of the NFHS. In this case, they did not mean to have unintended consequences, such as the discussion we're having here right now. It was, you know what, we're giving you a resource. Let people at least see it, because if they can't get into it, or state associations don't mandate this within their coaching education program, this gives everybody an opportunity to at least go watch it and be trained to some degree. That's all it is. It's meant to be out of the goodness of their hearts. Here's a resource.
Okay.
So it's a bare minimum.
It's a bare minimum. Again, look at their agenda on page 70 and 71. I'm sorry, I don't have all the specifics written out, but it does, right? Call 911. There's a training on how to call 911. There's a CPR class under number 4. There's an AED training on number 5, and it actually exists. I've seen parts of this because the NFHS rolled it out, and then they show the clips of meetings, and they're showing you how to do things, but it's online, not physical.
All right, we'll go to Wade and then Board.
I believe that the NIAA sets a certain standard, right? And if NFHS is our standard, that's fine. And I don't have a problem with it. As a school board member, I'm responsible for my school district. And so if I want to be more stringent than the NIAA, there's nothing that's stopping me from being more stringent, and I'm okay with that. Let the school boards, let the districts decide what's best for them. NIAA just says, this is the minimum regulation. This is what we're going by. NFHS, we're a member of it, and they're providing this, and if this is how we're going to move forward with CPR and AED, and it's an online thing, I'm good with that. Because it allows the to say, no, that's not good enough for us. We want to go more. But here's the minimum. We have to stay at it also becomes a cost thing too, right? It becomes a cost thing. And living in the rurals, when you have a medical, they either call my wife because she's a nurse, or you call your cousin, uncle, aunt, or neighbor who's an EMT. And that's how you deal with your medical emergency. And Tara knows exactly what I'm talking about. Because that's how it is. I mean, that's life. So that's my opinion.
All right, thank you. Lori?
So one of the things that the NIAA is tasked with is also the safety of our student athletes as well. And I think this comes down to being a safety issue. I'm talking to the head of health services with Washoe County. She stated, and I agree with, when you have that hands-on training, when you're in that life situation and you have to make those choices fast, your recall is better on the steps that you have to follow than if you just saw an online course.
I get in the rules, you know, when you have, if you're at the school, you call somebody, but what if you're on that 6 to 8 hour bus ride to McDermott? You don't have a trainer on the bus, it's your coaches. So I truly think it should be the hands-on training.
Thank you. Sean?
Sean Simons, 2A liaison. I echo Wade's statements, and Tammy's. I agree that it is different between rural and urban. I'm a first responder myself, and in my building at Lincoln County High School, there's 2 other EMTs on staff. I realize that's not for everybody. But for rurals and as an athletic director and trying to get all of our coaches and maybe off campus to have this training every year or to get certified for Final Forms and all that stuff, sometimes it's very tasking to get somebody in there to do the proper training, whether it's local fire department or local EMP services, to get people all there on the same day at the same time. So as an AD, I echo Wade's statement, like I said, that if the NIA puts this as a minimum, but districts have control over the, you know, how they're going to implement it, I agree with that.
Yes, Ellis.
Thank you. So my former life, I was in the Marine Corps 9 years, and we did a lot of training, a lot of required training, and we had some trainings that wasn't available. And I'll be honest, we had training jackets, so you had to every 6 months update your training jacket. We had training jackets that had no info in there for like 2-3 years because the training wasn't available, so we just didn't do it. So I believe, just like Wade stated earlier, I believe that if you put a minimum something in there, at least they're gonna do that minimum. Washington County School District, as Rollins said, that's not gonna be enough for us. We're gonna have hands-on, you know, we just have a responsibility. But there's other entities that, you know, they might not have the ability to, and if the training's not available, like in the Marine Corps, just don't do it.
Yes, Mr. Fisher.
I guess a question to mainly refresh my memory and clarify. Currently, CPR for our coaches, is it just they have to take a CPR class? Or do they have to be an actual card carrying certified?
Card
They have
carrying
to
certified.
be certified.
Is that by a certain certification?
Yes.
American. Okay.
American Heart Association, CPR.
Is this class by NFHS certified by the American Heart? Because I don't read that it is.
I don't see that it is either, and I don't know, because this is irrelevant to us, because we can't use it, so there was no use of me going into detail about it. I have shown this, I've shown this information to our district and you know, there's another CPR certification that's out there too. That's not the American Heart Association, and our district won't accept that.
We don't.
And that's a hands-on.
Yeah. I guess I'm just asking on this training, personally, I fall in the realm of, I believe that if NFHS is what we follow, that tends to be where our board's commitment at this level an organization has been. If we follow all those other things, that's what it is, and that we should continue to allow local control to make decisions at their board level and school district level about what they're going to require based on the resources and what their, quite frankly, legal counsel and those things will advise on should they be able to relax it or not. You know, as a rural, currently I offer to all of my extracurriculars and all of my teachers CPR training that is certified. I have the staff to do that locally. So every instructor, anybody that works for Pershing County School District has that card. I know I'm not alone in that, because we've worked hard to get to that. Kids are being exposed to it in health curriculums due to some of the state laws that have been in place. So an overall exposure is never going to hurt. We're also under no obligation just because you're a card carrying member. I think we have to remember you're under no obligation once you go through that to actually utilize your training. And so I think that should soften a little bit of our concern at this board level around the idea that just because they have a certification doesn't mean they're obligated to actually use it, whether they're on that bus or whether they're in the gym or whatever. I'd like to hope they would and believe they will, but the reality is our board at this level is making sure we have people that are exposed to it and should have some level of knowledge to be able to use it. And those are just my 2 cents. District-wide, I'd like it to fall to me, and I know where our district will continue to be.
Good point.
That's a good point, legal
Yeah.
counsel.
I guess mine is just, one possible we could say is, I feel like maybe if your initial one has to be in person, and then maybe your recertification after that, we could go online.
Well, you gotta be careful because every district, our district would not support that.
No, our district wouldn't support that, but I mean, just as like around, like, cause I feel like, you know, and I guess you're right, you should have autonomy at your districts. But I agree with Lori when she said, you know, there's nothing like the hands-on training, if you've never gone through the hands-on training. We're saying that's okay.
Well, I would think that maybe. I mean, I support the NFHS and I support what they do. That this information can be shared, however, there needs to be a disclosure. Indicating that this is an option, you need to ensure that you follow the district's expectations. You know,
I would say, this is the minimum. You know, this is the minimum.
I wouldn't even say the minimum, because there's an assumption that if you see the minimum that,
Then
okay,
that's
I
what
can
you're
do
gonna
this.
yeah.
Okay.
I just think there needs to be a disclosure. If we're gonna publicize this.
Make sure that your county accepts
A
this
disclaimer,
certification.
excuse me, Linda. Let's see how you like to do.
Yeah, basically, we have to create a disclaimer on the form to say that the NFHS class with regards to this training. There's a minimum standard when that. It's about that.
That they need to ensure, yeah.
Jan.
So-
You're going to the legal ground, perfect.
Mr. Anderson?
Well, I'm just looking at 385B798, which really sets out our required certifications and courses for coaches. So in order to coach, you have to do these things. That requires a person not eligible to go for school unless he or she is certified in cardiopulmonary resuscitation and completes the following courses. And it goes on to state with those others, fundamentals of coaching, which is offered by the NFHS. And B is first aid, health and safety for coaches, offered by the NFHS. Or sport first aid, offered by the American Sport Education Program. And then there's also the concussion in sports requirement that they have.
It doesn't say anything about CMI.
Well, it does, it says, first aid, health and safety for coaching. Well, and that's a very thing, one, a person's not eligible unless he or she is certified in cardiopulmonary resuscitations. But that's it.
That's okay. This class could serve as certification, but what is certification exactly? Well, I guess that.
Brian, and what Anderson just read as far as the actual statute, I mean, we didn't define a governing like who certifies the CPR course. So I mean, there's multiple CPR courses. So I don't think we necessarily need to take action on this. Because really that CPR part, it sounds like per the board, we'll take it from any accredited institution. So it's kind of up to the district who will accept the CPR accreditation from. So this is just another resource for.
But I believe there needs to be, this Pam Stone, Clark County School District. I believe that there needs to be a statement in their disclaimer indicating that you need to ensure that your district will accept this. Because a lot of times we'll hear, I didn't know, but I went ahead and did this. How come you don't accept this when this was on the NIAA website and it's an opportunity, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
It's the games they play.
So, yeah, I have a question. So typically with agencies, especially when they're state law, NMC, NRS, typically what we state is, the requirement is that you comply with NRS, et cetera, NAC, et cetera. Why can't we use the statement as NIAA that you must comply with NAC, yada, 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 as opposed to identifying the specific?
Well, what it should say is that you should comply with your school district's requirement. Because one school district might be different from another. I wouldn't want to take Weeds, Nevada, or some little city that doesn't have and offer that a chance for a coach to coach. Usually in those, even those little small towns, there's at least one coach on staff that is certified with hands-on. So if that is the case and they can't get anybody else, then let's get these other 3 coaches that are volunteering to go ahead and go and get this thing taken care of. And they got, they got 3 or 4 people now that at least have some of the training, 1 with hands-on and 3 with this. And let's let them do this, because guess what? Whatever you say is not gonna change what our district's doing.
Yeah.
We're gonna require the hands-on. So realistically, if we require hands-on for everybody, that's gonna screw 3 or 4 districts up in Nevada.
And so, Paul Anderson, legal counsel, to answer Mr. Woodley's question, I think 385B 798 that we just went through, I think that is the minimum standard. So, that's in our regs right now. That's, I don't think anything needs to change, and then districts can be more stricter or not, but you gotta at least comply from this standpoint.
And this meets that.
Right.
This, the way they have it meets that qualification, we're gonna restrict it. Okay.
Jay, Beesmeyer staff, most of the inquiries I get in regards to coaching education and CPR are from our private schools, smaller schools, rural schools, asking if this is good. I have this, I took it on the NFHS website. This is kind of new question for me because this, of course, isn't that old, but
It's brand new. Yeah.
so I would just say, you know what, until maybe when we do go to the legal meeting with Federation people there, see what they're doing in regards to this, because everybody's requiring it. And whether they're allowing this, and, I mean, I say, you know what, if you take, the online class, I'm going to allow, that's my answer. Whether people agree with it or not, that's my answer, because it's a minimum standard. So that's what I've been doing, just to let you all know.
And ask them what county they're in.
Yeah, make sure they're not in Washington.
Or Clark.
Or Clark.
Yes,
Without action, if we don't need to take any, office staff wise, we can put a disclaimer on the form this. That's what you want to do.
Yeah, because we can't just. Well, I know Final Forms, everything goes through Xavier. He's my little pit bull. He verifies everything, and if this came through, we wouldn't accept it. I mean, but everybody doesn't have an Xavier empty. So,
And I don't think no action is needed.
okay, all right. Yes, sir.
I asked Xavier off the side here, and just so everybody else can know, you're already having to differentiate in your district between online, somebody that would take an online or not. I mean, this is.
So just for our district's sake, during the COVID time, you were allowed to go a hybrid format. So you had to take the online and then you had to show compressions on a dummy, I guess is the best way to say it. And that was appropriate because it was during the COVID time. Since we've been out of COVID, it's got to be completely hands-on.
So in the end, there are certified classes you take online that will give you a card. So when we use that word, I carry a card, but it will identify that you took the course online. And you're having to differentiate.
Because the card will say if it's online, we won't accept it.
So you're already having to do that in districts that say it has to be hands-on.
Ours is, it has to be hands-on. There's no question.
So this isn't adding any more work for you to differentiate as another option if you're in a district that's saying hands-on. Because I don't think we are, I mean, I'm running through my head, like my own district, we say you have to have
The card.
the
that's
card.
it. What,
And-
regardless to what it says.
Yeah, and we offer the trainings and that, which I know many of us do, but if a coach walked in with the American Heart Association online course, I don't think we're looking that close that it says whether it's online or in person. They show up with a valid American Heart Association card on the go. But I found it interesting that even if it's American Heart Association certified, we're saying hands-on in some districts, so.
Yes, Ellen.
Ellen Townsend, officials liaison. Maybe I missed it. I apologize if I did. What is the cost of this federation to pay EDCPR?
45, page 68.
Just like that.
Oh, it's 45. Yeah.
I'm sorry,
So it's the same.
$10.
$10.
So someone who took it and realized that maybe they shouldn't have, they're out $10,
Yeah,
correct?
and ours is,
Yes. Nurses.
and our district will only accept our district personnel doing the training. So they could even go to American Heart Association in Sacramento and get it done. They have to do it in our district by our people. And that's over, 1,000 coaches every 2 years. 5,000.
So, Mr. Nelson, where do we want to go with this?
Well, right as now. That's all. Certainly not trying to, the staff, certainly not trying to tell districts to be more lenient. That's not what we're saying.
No, it won't happen.
So I don't think we need to go there.
Well, David Vic, would this, how would this help the 1A, I mean, the small schools?
How would it help
Would this assist?
the online?
Yeah,
We do ours online,
okay.
You already accept on them.
100% online.
Well, then I think if that's the
Ours
case,
is-
then we gotta put this. in.
How ours works in Smith, can't say this for all this. I take mine first. And I sign everybody else up a month after me. So then when mine comes due, I know everybody else's is coming due.
Smart.
That's how we do it. I think cost-wise would be very expensive for us to do it. On the same side, we always at our games have EMTs that are there. My son-in-law is, one, and he's at everything that we do, not the bus ride, obviously. But I think it's tough. I think it will be tough out at lunch. And it's hard enough just to get people, you get a lot of outside coaches that work somewhere else for a living. And you don't have people knocking down the door to do the job.
No.
And now you're like, okay, you gotta get off work to come take this class, and here it's gonna cost you $75.
Yeah.
So. But online, I can monitor too. You can come to me and say, hey, I started it. I can go online and call you up and say, hey, you're lying to me. Because I can see who started and what kind of progress they're making.
But see, that's why this is good for
It's good for the.
schools.
I agree.
Yeah,
I
no,
don't
I
think
don't,
we should take this
I agree.
away from those types
yeah.
of communities. I don't think
I think
we should force our policy on you.
Yeah,
I think this would be a great policy to have in our handbook for every school district in the county. Who knows? Maybe the new superintendent in Washoe County and the new board might say, hey, look, we're going a different direction. We might change to this.
All right, so the conclusion to this, what are we doing? Just gonna write a disclosure. Okay, NIAA. There's no action. We'll just write. Okay. Thank you.
So 15.
One way to write a disclosure, like just per school or school district.
I'll help you out. Yeah. I got
Thanks. I mean,
Okay, we will now go to agenda item number 15 on page 74, the financial.
Yeah, let me give it, I'll turn it over to Mr. Beesmeyer here in a second. You got your balance sheet on page 75. Profit and loss, page 76 through 79, your budget on page 80, 81, NASC report 82, fall recap. Looking back to our season completed 83, pages 83 through 89. Again, we always want to do a first reading of this and day one, give you a chance to study it, look at it tonight, come up with any questions, and go approval on day number 2. Mr. Beesmeyer, that's your thunder, there you go.
thanks, Tony. Okay, page 75. NIAA balance sheet. Shows that, this is all as of January 5. Things have changed a little bit since then, paid some big bills, got, the other half of the, sponsorship money, from Brady, another 140, so that's now in the bank, but it's not reflected here. So that's paid in full for the year. Balance sheet showing $1.1 million in cash, a little money owed, no bills, all the bills are paid. You can see that we owe NASC $13,200. That's the membership dues that we collect. So that's listed as a liability, $100 per school on the schools that are participating in student council. Anyways, that's the balance sheet. Flip the page. 76 is the accounting software QuickBooks readout of everything that's happened so far up to January 5, 76 through 79. If you look at 79, shows a net income of $420,000. Like I always say in this meeting, that gets chewed up pretty significantly as we finish out the winter and spring season. The sports, football, soccer, and volleyball that are revenue sports. You can see that we generated total event revenue of $720,000, which was over our budgeted amount. Football led the way. It rebounded. You look at state football, revenue, $187,000. 150 of that came from Allegiant Stadium. The rest of it came from 4A state football, which was, the financials, with the new realignment and everything, I always put everything in the highest class of an event that's held. So if 3A and 5A were having state soccer, all that revenue is going to get reported to 5A state soccer if that's the case, just to let you know. But anyway, it's a little bit more difficult right now with 3 divisions of 5A. I certainly don't have all the accounts for Division 1, Division 2, Division 3. They have not been incorporated into the accounting software. It's a lot more accounts. We already have 800 accounts as it is. So anyway, football, soccer, and volleyball actually came in. Soccer came in right at the budgeted amount for revenue, and volleyball was down. Probably 15,000. But anyway, 720 for the fall season is good. We're on track for sure. Revenue wise. Working our way down the revenue for profit and loss dues revenue, that's what it's gonna be, 314,696. That's exactly right on the budgeted number. And on down the line, our revenue. So total, probably, let me see, activity card revenue, worth noting, 100,000. So the $50 increase.
significantly increased that account, because there's no shortage of people ordering cars. Same amount of people ordered cars as in prior years. They weren't scared by the $50. Partnership revenue, like I mentioned, is the 280 that we get from Playfly, and then we have a National Federation, network, which is gonna be about 45 this year. So that's gonna say 325 at the end of the year. As far as donations go, we had another significant donation today of 8,000, but there had already been $8,000 worth of donations made on behalf of Reno Running Company so total of $16,000 was donated for cross country this year. And it's a good thing because cross country lost $25,000. So with those donations, you know what, I mean, our executive director, Donnie, that's his baby. He loves cross country. He loves putting on great events. We lost our main guy in Southern Nevada, Tyrell, and put together a whole new crew to run cross country down there. They took it on. They didn't shy away from sending me the bill.
Good.
And of course, I paid it. But, thanks to Donnie and his connections in the cross country and track world, getting that $16,000 in donations really helps. Any questions on event revenue or any other revenues listed on page 76? 77, we start getting into the event expenses, broken down by league, tournament director, officials, ticketing expense, tournament expense on 77, trophies and awards. Their billing from Jostens has got me baffled. So you see $47,000 down there in other, because I have not reconciled their billing. Because it's impossible for me to reconcile it the way they gave it to me, but I didn't want to be delinquent on the bill, so I just paid it and I'll reconcile it later.
Middle page 78.
Yeah, so trophies and awards, the expense has gone up significantly. 47,000 just for fall. Spring season is our most expensive, so I think we're gonna be, $110,000 in trophies and awards this year, and that's a heck of a lot more than we paid, 2 years ago. So we need to take a close look at that, hopefully get a sponsor for trophies and awards, that would be awesome. Facility expense, the Raiders charged us $0. Cross country, we had expenses, based on where we held, and football was the games played at UNR. The facility, they charged us 20 grand, which ate into the 39,000 that we made, at those 3 games. Security, Clark County has a new system for, billing security and CSMs and school police. Thank God for Tia. She took that on for me. Because, I just kind of threw my hands up when I saw that and dealing with all of that. And thank you, Tia. It's a lot of work, but it's always kind of been a lot of work. It's just new work. But anyway, that's $57,000 for the fall season, which probably means we're gonna go well over our budgeted amount for security for the year. Anyway, event expenses, 441. Go back to page 2, the revenue was 720. So you know what, fall season is usually the one that carries us through the year. $720,000 worth of revenue, 441. Again, that gets chewed up a little bit, but, basketball does well. We'll see how the other sports do, but usually by the end of the year, event revenue exceeds event expenses by $200,000 to $300,000. Usually in that ballpark, depending on how things go for the year, matchups, venues, etc. Any questions on the printout as far as Other expenses, start on page 78, operating expenses for the NIAA, board and control, travel, and then salaries. The salaries that are reflected there are only 4 months worth of salaries. Washoe County does the billing on that, but they've only billed us for 4 months so far, July, August, September, and October. So I should be getting a bill from them shortly. Everything is up. I mean, nobody's shying away from charging more money these days on anything that we do. Whether it's, telephone, postage is crazy these days, supplies. You know, it just goes on down the line. Nobody's missing the opportunity to jack their prices up.
Yeah.
But you know what? We're managing, you know, we're hanging in there. We're not making a killing. And we're getting enough people in the seats to do what we do. And thanks publicly to all the schools that hosted events this past fall, a lot, because there were so many. Events, tournaments that were held at school sites, on short notice. Everybody got their paperwork back to me. There's not, you know, a couple of schools donated, say, you know what, we don't want to be paid. And that's wonderful. That used to be the way it was, but that, you know, that's been many years since that's taken place. Page 80 is what I do to take those previous pages and compare it against the budget. Page 80. You can see what, you know, I was talking about, event revenue. You know, football coming in at 519 and we budgeted 400. That's the saver. And, you know, 129%. You can see that soccer and volleyball are under 100%. That's how that reads. Other revenue on down the line reads the same way. You want your revenue to be over 100% and you want your event expenses, you know, to be under 100% at the end of the year. But, event expenses down there at the bottom. You know, like I said, security we're already 60% of our budget. The others are in that 30 range, which is good, you know, 33%, you know, fall, winter, spring. Trophies and awards, I said we're high, so we'll see how that pans out. Page 81, operating expenses against the budget. You know, we're probably gonna be over and board. You know, I remember when I did the budget, you know, I kind of took money out of that. That's probably gonna come back to bite me, but you know what? I had to find ways to give us a balanced budget and go from there. But everything else is, you know, pretty standard. I pretty much know what it's gonna be. But travel and board control are, you know, two of the biggies. The rent, on the office, you know, keeps going up. You know, per the contract, they're not doing anything illegal to us or utilities. Not too bad in that office, probably about $400 a month. Legal. You know, I mean, a lot of stuff going on in the legal world, you know, between Paul and Lori and everybody else. Certainly just, I get those bills and they don't stay on my desk for more than 5 minutes. I pay them and get them in the mail. Anything on there that's raises question to any of you, you know, I would say that's the way.
What's special project?
Special projects is, a combination of wrestling stuff, website, exactly, I mean. Special projects revenue so far consists of revenue, and you saw special projects on the revenue side as well. We get checks from the National Federation on everybody who takes classes, first aid and coaching. We get $10 for every coach that takes a class. So far, that's generated $13,480 worth of revenue. And, you know, there'll be 4 quarterly checks that come from the Federation. The special projects expense account, website, cost us $5,500, plus we went through an ordeal. Lori did, she did the work trying to get our website, you know, Lori, you can explain, you know, all that went on with our domain and all that, but it was, you know, lengthy and cost us some money, another $1,000. Officials task force is also in there. So far, I've spent $2,500 sending out educational materials to our officials that I don't want them to pay for, or I want us to pay for. Wrestling, weight control, and assessors. We pay each of our weight control people $2,000 in the north and south, so there's 4. We've had to buy $6,000 worth of weight management Tanita scales this year. We charge extra to our schools to help fund that. And so far, the billing just went out for all of the wrestling assessments to our member schools. So that money will get reflected into revenue in special projects, because you can see the expense of all of our assessors is over $10,000 to have assessors go around the state and assess all the wrestlers. That's special projects.
Thank you.
And appreciate you asking, you know, because I know that's been an item on the financials that is kind of like just out there. That started back in the Jerry Hughes days, and it's never changed.
Jay, let me ask you a question. You had made mention that for the wrestling, you pay the individuals to go to the schools to do the assessment?
Yeah,
What's the billing? But I thought I paid that when I get assessed, the assessment.
yeah, I sent you a bill.
So you don't pay, we pay.
No, I pay the assessors, you don't, and you're paying me back.
So theoretically, the district, okay, the schools are paying that fee. Okay. Okay,
But you pay them, then we pay you back.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah. All those bills have gone out.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Got it. No, I thought you had said that you pay it, and then I was just curious why we get a bill. Okay. You guys don't pay anything.
Well, I pay them because they want to be paid quickly.
Reimbursed.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, it's a great service that they do, and you know, the wrestling community, they stick together, and you know, I know nothing about wrestling, but the wrestling people that we have do, and I let them
Do.
kind of run the ship. We'll see how it all culminates in a 5-class location state wrestling team. Well, good luck. Anyway, that's the financial with the percentages. And then on page 82 is NASC. NASC has more money than they've ever had. They just had a state conference too, that generated another $20,000. So I'll be getting a check for that. So NASC is in good shape. Still taking care of all of their billing. They send me stuff. I've got checks for them, send them to their individual vendors. And it's been working fine. Page 83 is a breakdown of all the fall tournaments, 83 through what? 89. And I see on page 89 that the bottom 4 lines, the state football for Allegiant didn't get on here, which shows $150,000 worth of revenue that's not on the bottom of page 189. You see the UNR event that was held on the 18th, and then we had the games on the 21st of November. Yeah, and I already told you that event, you know, we averaged 3,300 people per game for the 4 games. 13,000 people attended, creating revenue of $150,000. Again, you know, you can't say thank you enough to the rates for doing everything that they do for us in that regard. That saves us association, makes us money, saves us in event expenses tremendously. You know, it's really a savior for this association financially when they step up like that and let us create that kind of revenue for this association.
Hey Jay, explain homework.
Yes.
Homework? Please, you know, if you do have time tonight to review or you want further clarification on what this is or what that is as far as, the financials go, through, you know, kind of a third of the way through the school year. You know, we're heading into tournament time for winter. Same process again, a lot of home sites for basketball, like football. The schools just continue to get the information from our office and they do what they're supposed to do and they turn it around. I cut checks to their workers. Unfortunately, quite a few of them are gonna receive 1099s this year because I started paying people more money. And once you go over $600, you get a 1099 and that's created a few grumbling from our workers. And that's unfortunate because, you know, we need them so bad, you know what, and you have to pay taxes on it, you know, 4 or 5 months later for doing such a good deed. It's a little tough to swallow sometimes. I'm trying to be cordial and nice to all of them and they are in turn being that to me and getting me the information, stuff like that. But again, thanks to all of the people who help out and run our events. It's a good show. That's it.
All right, everybody, thank you. It was a great day. We're gonna conclude right there. It is 4:42. You wanna just reiterate about dinner?
5:45, just before 5:45, Chicky and Pete's somewhere by the sports book, as Mr. Vera knows very well about.
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much.
If you'd like to know the menu, I can tell you that.
Save us time, yeah.
Everybody's checked in, right? That are traveling? Good. Well, relax for a few minutes and we'll see you there in, just, about an hour. All right, thanks, everybody. Appreciate it. Those going home, we start